Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, I don't know if you guys can hear me. Trying to get this on air thing to resume. So just bear with me, please. Milas 1246. Hey, buddy. Oh man, what did we miss? A lot. Welcome to whoever's joining. Yes, all that missing money came back. I don't think you guys are able to see my screen share though. Actually set this live stream to go on at 10 a.m., but I decided, you know what, let me just go on now because there's a good amount of things happening in Ethereum. It sounds a little crackly this morning. And Ridge, hello, buddy. Thank you for joining. Screen is up. Perfect. Thank you for letting me know, Milaz. Right, so I'll probably end up repeating this later for other people that join. But I did end. I stopped live streaming yesterday around 7:15. I met up with a couple of buddies for a drink. But right before I left, if you guys were still on, I went ahead and at $40.01 was my order, and got home around 11 p.m. I didn't even look at anything. I went straight to bed. Woke up this morning at 6 a.m. Saw on my phone that it had crashed, $3, and I think it was like $43. But last night when I got home, I looked at my hit $50, and I kind of thought of Logan because he was looking for that $50 price point. So I went to bed, woke up this morning, looked at my phone, saw that it had gone from 50 to 43. And I thought I put an order in at $30.01. And he tell me that it crashed at 35. So when I actually got my computer up and running, I saw 35 from 50. Didn't look at to see if I had an order because I thought it was in 1 cent. But when I looked at my order book, realized that, whoa, I actually put it in for $40.01 and it was executed for a little over 108 Ether. So that was a good play. I mean, last night we did have, let me see if I can do a better chart. It hit 57, and then at 3:30 this morning, the chart, it crashed. It came crashing down to $35.50 very quick. And I'll explain my aspect. I think that crashed. Logan, welcome, buddy. I thought about you last night when I got home, when I saw it, because that's what you were looking for. But I'll explain why I think this crash happened. So at 3:30 a.m., went from $50 on one bar on a 15-minute chart, crashed to 35, 50, and then went right back up to $50. And then a couple candlesticks, crashed to 35. So if I was awake for this and I hadn't put an order in, I would have been looking for this crash to 30, bought at 36, and I would have probably looked to get out at 50. I mean, that's a nice sizable gain. And then when it crashed again, looked to get back in, I would have probably put it in for $35.51 because that was the candlestick crash, $35.50, and that would have been at 51, and then I would have been, up to 47.29 right now. So that could have been a lot of money to be made if I was awake, but a lot of us weren't awake. This. Let me look at some of the comments. Logan, that's awesome. You got that order at 48.76 filled, sold at 56.23. Man, nice gain. Polonius, that's awesome. I actually have an order in for Ethereum Classic. I think 140,000 Satoshis. Let me take a look. When I put that order in, it was at like 18,000 Satoshis, 180,000 Satoshis to about 15,000 Satoshis. Of course, I can't scroll up or down. We'll take a look at that later. Your first, it's always good, man, to act profit on your first trade. Feels good, I bet. Feels good, dude. Definitely drink a beer. All right, so this is my speculation on this crash, and I've seen it happen a lot on stocks. All right, so we are coming down a little bit, 46.50. I'm still going to hold on to this, though. I do have a sell order for 57.50. We'll see if it rips up there. So my speculation on this big drop is, and this is a theory, is that anybody that's putting in a stop, sell, protect their gain, so if they saw it, getting up 5.50, they might have put their stop limit in at $50 or maybe $53, a lot of money, and that's probably in it with some of the exchanges. They could easily find out where people's stop limits are put out the stop limits quickly, selling a couple ethers here and there at a very cheap price, and effect to take out all those stop losses. And when they see where the bottom of everybody's stop loss limits are, the overall stop loss limits that are put in, then they're going to buy back in. So if we really look at this chart, we had that crash, and what was happening was stop sell limits were being taken out left and right, but other people had buy limits in there too. I had a $40 buy limit, so that's why it brought it right back up to the $50 level. So that's my speculation by somebody that has a lot of money, that's looking to bring everybody stop losses and then buy up as many ethers as they can, probably $36, $35.50. So somebody made a killing off of this. A lot did it. About that. I know the audience. I don't know why I'm getting this pay. I got way too many things running. I'm trading stocks, and once the market opens up at 9:30, I will probably kind of switch over to the guidance to see if it's a good entry point for me. Actually, I should have probably got out early this morning when it hit $2.70 from my $1. Currency is a lot more fun to trade. But Bitcoin last with my $1,100 order to buy 1.5, before I went out and met up with my buddies, and would have definitely hit it because it did hit 1088 was a low on Bitcoin. Up to 2394. That's impressive. So if anybody's in Monero, those are some awesome gains there. ZCASH is coming down from 47, 48 that I saw it. Dash is coming right back up. 0.0833. It's definitely coming back up. So I think Bill ended up selling because he bought pretty high. But we're going to be focusing on Ethereum today. And to be honest, we're disappointed that I canceled that order. I would have bought 1.5. I would have been up only 150 to where I'm actually $600 now on Ethereum. But that 35, if anybody caught anything below, 36, 37, and somewhere, in that range, those are some nice gains. I'm sorry about the audio, guys. I don't know if it's the headset. I might have to switch to the Apple branded one and see if that. Some nice gains. All right, I just switched the headset, so we'll see if we get that cut out, the crackly noise. So Logan, I'm assuming if you got in at 48.70, you were watching this last night then, because that would have been probably right around, let's see what time. Around 10 p.m., maybe before 10 p.m., because I'm looking at stick. And that's really when 7 low to $50 high. Good. Thank you for letting me know. I'm glad the sound is a little better. So it's the Walmart headset. So I guess I'll be returning that and maybe going to Best Buy and just, forking up some money for a really good headset. But I did talk to my buddy, very techie, and we're going to be, upgrading the RAM, upgrading the battery, or getting a new battery, getting a new hard drive, a solid state hard drive. And he basically recommended, that I get hardwired into the modem instead of using the Wi-Fi. So hopefully the internet will, we won't have that much of a lag. But when I told him about the 200 megabits, he's like, well, that's not the problem. He was like, he's like, that's your download speed. He's like, your upload speed is probably 15 megabits. So I thought I was getting 200 megabits per second on upload and download, but 15 megabits per second. But I run so many things on my computer that I definitely need at least 6, and that's what we're going to put into this laptop. You got in before yeah, I don't know if you heard me say earlier, I put that order in before I left for $40.01. I think you were still on, and woke up this morning thinking I put that order in 1 cent, and for Coinbase didn't really indicate that it crashed at 35. It indicated that it, came down to 43. So I was just like, oh, well, my computer, I was like, whoa, look at this crash. Why was I not up at 3:30 in the morning to do this? Like the other day, I was up till about 3 o'clock. But that's the thing about cryptocurrency 7. And if you kind of see this gradual crazy move, what we end up losing out a little bit. But there's no way we could trade this 24/7. We would drive ourselves crazy. But if anybody was up to catch this crazy drop, they're going to be in the money big time. So I'm looking for this thing to crack 55. I really am. I don't think I'm going to play this long wick 57, 51. I don't think I'm going to wait to get to that long candlestick to $55 and a couple pennies, maybe. Probably right up here, 55. I can see it getting up to 55.03, and then coming back down if we get a nice upward momentum. So yeah, I usually try to see where did it close, not the high, but where did it actually close, for me to kind of look at an exit, and that would be right around the $55 range. And it could hit 55, 20 cents, and then come right back down. And that's what really causes these long. Yeah, upload speed is not handling it. So I give Comcast a call again and say, hey, I need a lot more upload speed. But I mean, it's live streaming. I mean, this should be able to handle this. Should. Yeah, the live charts, man, they use up. I mean, they really are. And I'm running 2 charts. How to run 3 charts and load up my Thinkorswim TD Ameritrade for trading stocks, and there was no way it wouldn't even open it up. So I'm looking at the stocks that I'm in on my phone. I have on my laptop just their website open for me to go in and place a trade. So it's not the most effective way for me to trade stocks today. But we'll make it work somehow, some way. So Logan, what do you another entry? Because that's a good exit, man. 56.23. You were not greedy. Well, we can get to 60. Because it hit that 57.67 and came right back down. So I don't know if you bought back in or if you just decided to go to bed. But if you were up, audio is definitely cutting out now. So you got back in at 47.62. So you definitely weren't up to panic when it dropped to 35 then, which is good. They up to panic because still right now you're in the green. 48.30 is what we have. Yeah, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was just basically pure speculation. You just, for me to say it was going to hit 50, it was speculation. When I looked at it when it hit above 30 and I was like, I hit 31, I was like, I can see this thing hitting 34, 35, and it did hit it. And then kind of broke out, came down to 40, and I was like, I can see this thing hitting 44, 45. But that 50, only if I would have played it right. But I'm glad at least I put an order in, even though I got in at 40. And because I was thinking 38, but I was like, what? Because that's kind of where I see a lot of the consolidation that happened. You know, I got skinned, but I still had all those orders open for Bitcoin. And this morning I was like, I'll just cancel them. But I did buy Bitcoin at, what is it doing now? It's at 1156. So I don't know if did anybody buy Bitcoin when it dropped below 1100. 1088 was what I see. Stop selling, and he's buying back in now. So basically, I got 3 charts going, plus the live stream. I got a Ethereum that I'm actually logged into GDAX, a chart on Bitcoin on GDAX because I don't want it to kind of kick me out of one, just to kind of. And then I got Crypto Watch, and then I got Poloniex. Computer was trying to handle. I am closing out Poloniex though. It's too much for this computer to handle. I might have to actually even close out the other GDAX. Yeah, I'm gonna close. But if you guys notice that something is dropping, definitely let me know. I forget who it was yesterday that notified me that point. So, you know, and that's why I completely switched over to Bitcoin to look at that. So if you see something dropping hardcore, if Dash starts dropping, Monero starts dropping, definitely let me know. Logan, that's not a problem at all, man. You know, if you have to put it into BTC, that's not an issue at all. Yeah, I'm looking at the US dollar. Just kind of gives me a better idea instead of having to kind of sell what the actual price is. $51.35 sell order. Yeah, $50 sell order is not bad. Maybe I'm being a little greedy by putting in 57.51. Thanks to whoever just joined. I appreciate you guys being on this live stream. Yeah, Poloniex is going to be usually $1 less, a couple of dollars less. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, every exchange has its own price. Yeah, before I got on this live stream, when I was actually trying to set things up, there was a huge sell orders for Ether. I mean, the wall was insane. It was way up to the top. The actual price is right in the middle. And I mean, there were just thousands of Ethers up for sale, but worried because they got absorbed very quickly. I mean, as fast as they were there, out. Yeah, from what I saw on the trade history, you know, it wasn't anybody canceling their order. They were absorbed. So it didn't worry me at all. When I saw the depth chart, it did worry me. And then when I just saw people buying them out, I was like, okay, it's still good. Because if people weren't buying those out, I mean, I think it was probably like 5,000, 6,000 Ether. If people weren't buying them out, I was expecting to crash back to 36, 37, possibly 38. And that could easily happen today, easily. You know, it could tap 52, 53, come right back down. So I'm going to cancel that order and just try to sell it at 54.99. I actually bought 108.62 Ether. That was the order I put in because I had some orders open on Bitcoin. And then I have an order to buy 133.71 Ether at 35.15. And reason why I put it to 35.15 is, you know, after it came down to 35.04, I think it was, and then went right back up to 50. These two candles right here, the low was 35.04, which is this green candle before it shot up back up to 48-ish. But the red candle prior to that, the low was 35.15. So if we get a crazy dip, that's a dip that I'm expecting to get into. I'm going to put it in at the 35.04. Where do I see the price of Ether going? I mean, we hit a high of 57-ish. I mean, this could have a dash-like move. It really could. But I wouldn't buy at this level, you know, at 47.52, expecting it to have it, or even buy at 55. Let's just say hypothetically it gets to 55, 56. I wouldn't buy at that price, you know, just based on what I said, thinking, you know what, it's going to have that move. It's going to hit 80. It's going to hit 90. There's a possibility it could use that support. And as long as, you know, stop losses are not being taken out, like I explained earlier, it could have it. But I think, you know, Logan, from where you said 60, I think 60 is a very good reasonable, especially if it starts breaking out above its high of 57, you know, maybe $75. But, you know, if greed takes control and there's buyers out there, you know, that are just not thinking and their emotions are taking control and, you know, they're hitting that buy order, it could be a domino effect. It could just take it straight up. It could go very parabolic. Also, the other thing we got to consider are shorts. You know, that's really what causes something to skyrocket. And that's why I think also they're from 45-ish to 57. You know, if somebody was shorting this, let's just $44 level, and then it came back down to the $39 level, they covered, and then they probably realized, you know what, I'm going to short back at the original price where I shorted, and it didn't start dropping. It started going up, and they started covering their short position. So anytime shorts, that's when you're just going to get a crazy price movement to the upside. Because in stocks, I can look at it. I can look at to see, you know, how many shorts are stacked up on a particular stock. I looked at one, and it was basically like 60% of the float. The float is basically the available shares that are available for trading. 60% of them were short. And I looked at it and I was like, well, this is a great entry for me, because if it starts going up, shorts are going to, and it went up a little bit of covering, went up a little more. Everybody started covering. And I mean, we had basically a 500, 450% increase. And that was within a matter of an hour and a half. I mean, it was insane. So I'm going to have to research it this weekend, but I doubt that information is available. And if it is, probably got to pay for it. But it would be good to know, how many ethers are being shorted. Because shorts, the way they make money, if a lot of you guys are not aware, is they buy high and then they sell low, pocket the difference. But if the stock goes against them, where it starts to go up, they're losing money. And if you're long, you're buying low and trying to sell high. But shorting is a dangerous, dangerous game. Just like, playing on trading on leverage. It's a dangerous game. I don't know if Bill's on here, but I think he had 35 or 44 leverage, 44 times the amount of what you have. In China, at one point, they were doing 100 times what you have. So you never, like I said, anything in moderation is okay. If you're going to use leverage, you just don't want to use all the leverage. You're trying to see my open order. So if you put your cursor, to page, to the status bar underneath wheel and change the quality, your resolution. My resolution was originally set to 144p. Set it to 70p. That's the only thing my computer can handle. If you have 1080, definitely put it on 1080 if it'll support it. But that should increase the resolution. Let me know if that works for you. That's Logan. I can definitely do that. I was actually going to type out the message because the audio was cutting out, but it sounds like you heard me. All right, so if you're looking right under the depth chart, let me go ahead and refresh this because I canceled a sell for 57.51, so I don't want that. Yes, Ethereum Classic. I will definitely take a peek at that because that is an order that I have, an open order for 140,000 Satoshis, I think. Patrick, welcome, buddy. How's everything in Sweden? And yeah, it's awesome, guys. I mean, if you leave a comment, let me know where you're from. I know Logan's from the UK, Patrick, Sweden, was from Norway, New York City, far away from me, 2.5 hours. Milaz, where are you from, buddy? All right, Logan, if you can see this, Australia, nice. Cheers, buddy. I'm a big fan of John Butler Trio. It's a great jam band from Australia. I'm sure you've heard of them. They're very popular down there. I was in San Francisco, and I had a chance. A buddy of mine got me tickets to go see them because he knew I was a fan. And man, they rocked the house. They put on a great show. Sunny and windy in Sweden. Yeah, it was better than snow. We got about 18 inches the other day. Our open order is to buy 133.7137 Ether at 35.15. And reason why I put it in at 35.15 is because of this is the 5-minute chart we're looking at before the big dump, and then went right back up to 50 and then came right back down. Is that this red candle right here, the low was basically 35.50. The green candle right next to it, the low was 35. So I didn't want to play the 35.04. I wanted to play just a little, and I thought the 35.15 would possibly be a good entry for me if we get a violent crash like we did. And I have 108.62 Ether that was executed at $40.01, which I put in last night before I went out. So that was 10 hours ago. The timestamp is showing me that's when it was executed. And that was at 3:30, a little over 3:30 a.m., I'm going to say. I'm sorry, I looked at 11 minutes ago is when I put the order in to sell it at $54.99. But 3:30 a.m. was when it had that violent crash to 35 and change executed. But I mean, it was, if you're looking on the right-hand side, this is that crash here. It's one single candle, and this is 15 minutes worth of it. So basically, violent crash came straight down. I mean, it was completely taken out, tons of stop losses. And that low was $35.50 even, right on the dot. But then you got to remember, there are people like me that had a buy limit put in, and all those buy limits brought them back up. So big crash from basically 49.74 to 35.50. That's huge. If somebody was up watching this and they bought at 50, they were selling. They were protecting their profits. They weren't going to watch this thing, dip to 30, which possibly it could have done. But man, this would have been if I was awake, just to sit there, because I wouldn't have had a position. And if I would have seen that violent crash, I would have been like, all right, I'm getting in, 37, 38. And I would have sold right away at 50. And then, kind of looked at the buy orders and things like that. And usually when you have a violent crash and it goes back up, people that haven't sold, they're going to start selling because they're afraid of it happening again. And that's what brought it right back down to 35.04. So I try to think the way other traders are thinking. Like, if I was in their position, and they did exactly what I would do. And then you kind of have to play off of that if you don't have a position. Yeah, it's a lot to take in, to be honest with you guys. I mean, you really got to think about it, and it's tough. It is really tough. I mean, your mind is basically driving 1,000 miles per hour. So hopefully you were able to see that, Logan. But let's go ahead and take a look at Ethereum Classic. I don't have Poloniex up, so I can't see the BTC pair. Ethereum Classic, where is it? Oh, I'm surprised. Okay, we'll look at it on Poloniex then. So far, it seems like we're not having any type of lags. So if I open Poloniex, I'm sure I'm going to experience a little bit of difficulty. For I think we got something. Except for video. I'm back. Perfect. Yeah, I think it's just it's YouTube. But also, my buddy did tell me, I'm in a town with, 47,000 students, college students. And he said, during the busy peak time, he said, you are going to experience issues. He said, it's basically the college town. Same thing with my cell phone. I end up losing reception, or the bar drops, hovers. So that would have something to do with it. But unfortunately, I did close out Crypto Watch, so I'm not able to see. But we'll see as time goes on. If everything starts working fine, I'll go ahead and load Crypto Watch just so we can look at the other currencies as well too. Yes, Patrick, that is a great point, man. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, bots can definitely manipulate this market. So I do apologize who asked for me to look at ETC, but when I tried to load it, I think it was at like 167,000 BTC. So I'm going to say that's right around probably $1.87, 86. I could be wrong. I'm waiting for that 100. I think I put it in for 140,001 BTC. So that's about 724 Ethereum Classic to purchase. And if I can get that, and then we get a crazy move up to $10, I'm gonna have to take all you guys out and get you some beer. Logan, your provider got you to change the channel on your router, and it made a huge difference. You know what? I'm gonna have to look into that. Yeah, I'll be giving them a call, letting them know what I do, and then I need a better upload speed. But I'm gonna jot that down because I know I'm gonna forget. But I know usually when my wife is home and my kids are on the iPad, I do have connectivity issues. But I'm hardwired, so that should make it a lot better. I'm not connected to Wi-Fi at all. Yeah, Logan, I'll definitely have to look into that. That's very good to know. That could definitely make a huge difference. All right, so let's get back to this chart. We did hit 48.73. 48.73 is a high. Worried at all about this. And we are looking at the 5-minute. Let's look at the 15-minute and see where those candlesticks are stacking up on. A little curl to the downside, but that's nothing to worry about. Let's take a look at these buyers and sellers. So actually my 108 Ether, a little over 108, was executed 6 hours ago from right now, New York time zone. So that would have been exactly 3:55 in the morning. I think tonight I'm going to be up late, to be honest with you. That anywhere between 2:30 to 5 o'clock seems when there's a lot of volatility. So I'm going to see if that history repeats itself. Because a lot of times too, I mean, they're thinking, well, people are sleeping. They got their stop losses in. Let's drive this thing down. Let's bring it down. And let's buy up as many as we can at that bottom price. Pure manipulation. Thanks to whoever's joining. Got 8 watchers. That's awesome. My buddy told me last night when we were out that he actually listens to this live feed or live stream when he's at work. And I was like, oh man, I'll make sure not to curse then. He's like, no. He's like, we got beer in the fridge. I'm like, well, I'm coming to your place and doing this live feed. So Mike Bear, say what's up. I'm down. The depth chart is looking pretty flat, which is good for anybody that's in this right now. We do have 131, 167, and they're getting absorbed. Sound is heaps better for me now. I hope the sound is better, man. But I am having a little bit of an issue with this live feed. I don't know if you guys are able to see my screen. Everything working fine for you guys before I really start in this chart? Milaz, I'm from Pennsylvania, so eastern part of the U.S., northeast. All right, perfect. That is awesome. So I don't know, what was the last thing you guys heard me say? Talking about my buddy and him watching this live stream at work. All right, I'm glad it's working now. Thank you so much, Patrick. All right, so let's get back to this chart. Depth chart is definitely moving. Where are the sellers sitting? It's coming down to 46.23, 46.01. Not really too worried. Yeah, the spread is 25 cents, unfortunately. That's a big spread for me. So let's see what's getting taken out. Market orders. 46.09 is being bought, so they are hitting market order. 45.84. So that was definitely a sell at the market level. 26 cent spread. 45.88 buy. I'm sorry, 45.88 ask. 45.62 bid. Last price that was executed was 45.84. $45.80. As long as we don't get a major dip to that $40 level, if she starts cracking 43, I might be just a little worried. I really don't want it to come down to my $40 level that I bought at, when I could have sold at 48. spread is getting a little thinner from that 25-cent level. We just need people to stop selling at that, basically at the bid price. What they're doing is they're hitting market sell at that bid price, which is causing it to come down a little bit. But 55 level is what I'm looking at. 54.99. I'm gonna go a penny under the 55. That's where I'm looking at to sell. Now, if she gets down to 35, you know, that's where I'm gonna buy. But I'm not gonna cut my loss. I'll just add on 133 more. Patrick, yes. It's kind of hard to play two things at once, you know? But you caught the dip to 1100 on BTC when it dropped to 1088. That's pretty good. Yeah, you know, if I was going to put another order in, if I got it at 1100, I wouldn't put it, you know, 990s is a little too close. I might have put it 950. That's really only 110 away from where you bought it. So if you buy one BTC and it goes up, you're up 110 bucks, which isn't bad. But you know, I wanted to wait for a $900 crash, because then if it goes up to 11, you know, 1150, you know, those are some good sizable position. I would rather play Ethereum right now, you know, jumping up, you know, 6, 7, 10 bucks. I mean, when I started doing this live stream, it was at, you know, I don't even think it broke 20. And then started breaking 30, 40, 50. I mean, it's crazy. Milaz, you did some school in Scranton 45 years ago. You know what? I went to Penn State Hazleton. It was a satellite campus. I mean, because there was about, I think, 15 branches, 15 campuses, and then I'm at the main campus now. But I did 2 years at a place called Penn State Hazleton, and I was about an hour, 15 minutes away from Scranton. Back then, I didn't have a job, so I would actually go and donate plasma, and they paid me like 200 bucks a week to donate plasma. And when I couldn't get out there, they came and picked me up because I had enough antibodies to give out. So they started paying me more. But the other people that went with me, you know, they would get like, you know, 40, 50 bucks a week when I was walking out of there with 200. But I spent all the money on alcohol. So after a while, they were like, yeah, you need to stop drinking. Your plasma is not good anymore. Those are my partying days. Now I got kids, man. It's tough to do that. All right, it is coming down, which isn't good. Let's not break 45. Hopefully buyers will support it. Big wall at 45, which is good. We got a total of probably 800 above 45. So as long as those don't get absorbed, if they get absorbed, that means just, you know, sellers are unloading on them. If they kind of sit there, that's kind of what I want to see. Then sellers are not willing to part with their ether, and we could see a nice spike. But if I wasn't in this position, you know, I would want those to get absorbed, because I would want to dip to get back in. So about 1,000 from 45.10 to 45.17 range. You know, as long as nobody's selling to them, that'll be good, because then people will hit that market order to buy. 45.22 on the sell. Spread is only 6 cents. Not too big of a spread. Let's see if 45.30 gets taken out, which is the ask price. Yep, somebody's hitting that market buy order. So if you guys are looking at this chart and looking at, you know, how many ether people want to buy, definitely pay attention to the green bar, because that's kind of what I scroll and kind of see. Okay, ooh, that's a huge green bar. There's a lot more buyers there, and then it tells you the ether. So it's just a better way to kind of gauge, where the big sellers are instead of having to look at every single order. So right up here, picked it out quick, 514 at 47.60. It looks like 47. So good support, just right close to the $45 level, which I like to see. Sellers are not looking to sell at that $45 level at the moment right now, but that could change later on. Especially somebody that's in the profit that bought it at 35, and they're thinking, man, I could have sold at 47.50, 48. I'm not going to let this thing go down below 45, and then they're going to start selling. But I've made the mistake by selling, and then it just rips up. I mean, I sold all different price points. I sold at 21.80, sold at 22.50. I sold at 29.70 or 28.70, 29.68. Only if I would have held on to those. Factoryville. Never heard of that. Yeah, the place I was at was basically right across the street from University of Scranton. So I don't know how far University of Scranton was from you, Milaz, but if it wasn't that far, yeah, dude, we were in the same area. But I would go out there twice a week to donate plasma. There's a huge plasma center there. But yeah, there was a guy that they told me a story about from Canada. They would actually fly him in once a year to donate plasma because he had this crazy blood, and they'd pay him $50,000. And I was like, man, what did he have? I want some of that. I'll donate once a year for 50 grand. Actually, I'll donate every day for 50 grand. Patrick says, thinking maybe people are spending now and they sell because they need the cash. That's a possibility, or they want the cash to get into something else cheaper. I'm not really looking at Dash, to see what it's doing, but people could be selling to hop on Monero as well too. Excuse me. New support line for quarterlies now. What quarterlies? So a nice bounce from that 45, to 46.25. So somebody bought, 100. They're up $100. If somebody's just constantly trading this in and out, waiting for a dollar increase. I mean, it's a lot of trading, but there's definitely money to be made. But last thing you want is to buy at 45 and have it dip. Just like whoever bought at 57 bucks. Hopefully they cut their loss right around the $52, $53 range. Because when it dropped to 35, I'm sure they weren't happy at all if they were awake to look at this. Sometimes it's best to walk away from your computer. All right, this is looking very good, and that's just based on these little green mountain, green graph. A lot of buyers stacking up right above the $45 level. So there's a lot of buyers that are looking to get in this, which is good. So my speculation on this would be get to 50 bucks based on this here, on where everybody stacked up. Because somebody sitting there looking to buy is going to probably be hitting that market buy order. There we go. Oops. Went up to 47. But that's all right. Still, 46, 45. And this is a 15-minute chart. So let's go ahead and switch to the 5-minute chart. I like looking at the 5-minute chart better. But I'm hoping everything's working fine for you guys. It looks like just by having only GDAX, I don't know if I should attempt to even open Crypto Watch just so I can look at the 15-minute chart at the same time, because that definitely helps. Logan got in at 48 and out at 56. Yes, awesome. Dylan, welcome, buddy. You had a buy order in last night, only filled 17.22 Ether at 47.01, sold at 52.17, made $100. Dude, awesome. I like hearing about the gains you guys are making. And, you know, and I told Logan the same thing. You know, it's, you guys didn't get greedy. You can't be greedy. Yes, it went up to, you know, 57 and change. You know, you're probably thinking, man, that's extra $5 per Ether. But no, man, take your gains, be happy, pat yourself on the back, and it's all good. It'll be there. Just look for a good entry. You know, even though I could have put my order in at 36 to buy, I'm happy with that $40 order, considering the price is at 46 now. All right, I'm going to open up Crypto Watch because I need to look at the 15-minute chart. Like, it definitely helps me to gauge things. So cross my fingers, nothing happens. And I'm using Chrome for GDAX as well as Crypto Watch. And I'm glad I got both of my moderators on this chat. You guys are awesome. You've been with me since day one. Basically, I'm going to crypto. If you guys are wondering what the website is, it's CryptoWatt with WAT.ch. And no lags as of right now, so CMX, it's going to give me a hard time. So if you guys know what the price of Ethereum Classic is, definitely let me know. Because for some reason, they do not have it on Poloniex. You know, I didn't pay attention to this drop to 45.55 as I was trying to get the chart working. But still, a lot of support, you know, right on the level. So I'm pretty happy with that. And as we can see, the depth chart, it's pretty flatlined. Let me zoom out. I'm thinking people are looking to sell in the $50 range. Yep, look at that wall on the $50 range. Huge. Let's take a look at the wall in the $55 range if it allows me to get back that far. Logan, thank you so much for looking that up. $1.88. So it's holding those gains. I think yesterday it touched above 2 just for a little bit. Wow, look at this. I mean, up to $60. So yeah, we'll have to see how big that wall is because this doesn't really give me a good reading. I mean, looking at this, I would say there's a big wall at 50. But my 555, 54.99, there could be a big wall there. And a nice wall at 30 for buyers. $30.01. And that's what I thought I put my order in for last night. So this morning when I saw it drop, I was like, oh man, I only got to 35. I need 30. And I was like, oh, I got 108 Ether. I'm like, how did that happen? All right, so let's take a look at 15-minute candle and see where this candlestick is going to close. It opened above the previous candle, but not by much. but we are still in the red. The wall seems to have gone down to 44, and that's just based on these green bars that I'm looking at. All right, she broke it, broke the 45. That's not good. I was not expecting that. Okay, that's good. And basically what happened there was market sell order. Somebody just unloaded. I didn't look at to see how many ether. 473 at 4407, 323 at 4510. That 473 ether brought it down to 4407. But then it came right back up. So the limit orders were executed quickly. Yeah, this downtrend does not look good at all. But you know what? I'm not going to sell. I'm still going to hold on to my $40 purchase. But let's just say it gets down to 40 and then it starts to have a good momentum. It gets back up. That $48 is going to be good resistance. $45 will be a very good resistance for it. But the support, from what I see on the chart, and I'll have to zoom out to the 15 minutes, maybe the 1 hour. And as you guys can see, GDAX is acting up where it's not displaying the full chart. So I will exit out of this and look at Crypto Watch on the 5-minute chart for possible support. Let's do 3 minutes. And let me know if the audio cuts out. So support line that I see is going to be right around the 42.40 range. A little above the $42 support. And that's based on it dipped down, bounced up, bounced up. So that's going to have very good support at that level. As long as people that already have Ether don't panic. And there's more people selling than there's more people buying. If it does break that support line, next support is going to be a little over $40. And if it breaks 40, unfortunately, guys, I hate to say this, where I'm looking to enter 35.15. If it breaks that 40, it's going to be a violent break. And it's going to hit it hard. But once it hits that 35-ish, somewhere in the range of 35 to 35.50, we'll see a nice. So we'll see if my speculation, my prediction comes true on that one. But that's kind of what I see. I could be wrong. I could be completely off the wall. I don't see any comments at all, so I'm hoping everybody can hear me. But the minute things stop working, somebody please shoot a comment out. Thank you, Milaz. I appreciate that. So when I analyze a couple of things, what I look at is, okay, what was the high? The high was 57.67. We'll just say 57 and make the numbers easy. Low, 35. So let me do a little bit of math. That's a difference of $22. We're at currently 45. And it's up halfway between its high and its low. So some buyers might think, you know what, this is a great opportunity. It's up halfway between the high and the low, and people might actually get in expecting another rip to 55. But if I would have bought, if I would have seen this earlier, saw the 57, and then saw the 35, a difference, basically of $22, and I got in at 35, I would be probably get out halfway between those numbers. So that would be an $11 gain. So that would be right in this price range as well. But I don't know how many people would actually have put in a low ball offer of 35. If they did, that's great. They caught it. Doesn't happen all the time. It's the luck of the draw. But it can happen. So that's why I stated, I don't remember which live stream it was. Before you go to bed, to put in a low ball offer. If it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. But if it does, you got a great chance of it hitting. $40 is kind of what I saw yesterday, and that's why I put in right over here. If you guys are able to out or put it is what I saw, where there was nice consolidation. And of course, I think when I left this night, it was right. I put at 7 o'clock. So we were sitting at 45-ish, and that's why I put in that $40 offer, just because of that consolidation where it kind of moved sideways. And I just thought, if it comes back to that level, stop losses get taken out left and right, domino effect. Let me take a look at like the 5-minute chart on this, just to see on that one candle. So let's look at a 1-minute chart. That's probably going to be a little more crazy. Let me expand this. Bradley, good morning. Thanks for joining, bud. You sold 100 Ether at 45.50, bought at 24. Dude, profits are good. Profits are good. When did you sell at 45.50? Was that last night or this morning? Was it before the jump to 57? Patrick, Swedish feds are looking into creating their own cryptocurrency. You're applying for a job even though they haven't announced anything yet? Dude, exactly, man. Doesn't hurt. Yeah, I've also heard of the government creating their own coin. I haven't really read into it, but Fed coin, so that they can manipulate it. You saw this morning. Yeah, I think, if I end up holding on to these ethers and I'm sleeping, I might put just, maybe half of them, I'll put them up at a very high price. All right, so we're looking at the 1 minute candle. So really, it came down hard, right at 340, you know, within a matter of a minute. And the candle was green. But, you know, if anybody that was watching this, this was a completely red, solid, straight down for 60 seconds, or maybe I would say, you know, 35, 40 seconds. And then the other 25, 30 seconds shot right back up as limit buy orders were being executed. But that's a violent drop from 49.85 to 35.50. So, you know, if you were watching this and looking to pull the trigger and you didn't have it in the books, it would have probably been hard to catch it at a good price because it moves down quick, 30 seconds, and move up. It's, you know, it's hard for us to react. You know, bots, they can react to this. But man, if anybody caught that above 35, you know, between 35 and 38, 39, or even 40 bucks here, sold at 50, you know, if they had 100 ether, that's $1,000. And then kind of, you know, sat back, pat themselves on the back, and then watch the crash again to 35, and they bought back in. That's a trade of a lifetime. You got to be quick, but it's a trade of a lifetime. I mean, they would have been up another $10 per ether. So if they decided to do the same thing, buy 100 at the 35 level, at the 46, 65 level before that, you know, they would have probably sold at 35, another $10 per ether, another $1,000. Yeah, that would have been nice. But yeah, it looks like on the live stream, it has not switched over to the chart that I'm looking at. You guys are probably not able to look at my crypto watch. Somebody let me know, please, because I don't have GDAX up on the screen anymore. I have crypto watch. Because that's definitely a nice chart to look at. Are you guys having issues with the live stream? On my end, everything seems to be, oh, you can see it. Perfect, perfect. Because when I'm actually in the actual live stream with the chat and looking at what you guys are looking at, it shows GDAX. That's the chart I have up. It doesn't show Crypto Watch. So I was a little afraid that you guys weren't able to see Crypto Watch. But let's get back to 15-minute chart. Let's get back to the overall picture of Ethereum. Perfect, Logan. Thank you so much for letting me know. Because sometimes, man, I'll ramble on and I'll go on explaining something, and then you guys would have completely missed it. All right, let's see. 45. Yeah, I'm going to refresh this because GDX is not displaying the proper chart. But Crypto Watch is showing 45.33 as GDAX is showing 45.17. So I got two different price points, 45.33 on Crypto Watch and 45.11. So I'm going to follow the 45.11 chart. So two big walls, a lot of selling right below 45.50, 45.46. All right, let's see if all these get absorbed. Probably right around 1,200 ether from 45.49 to 45.23. faster they get absorbed, the higher the candlestick is going to go up. That just means that buyers are really interested in buying at those levels. But if they just sit there and sit there, buyers don't want them. And then somebody's hitting market sell instead of, hitting, I'm sorry, they're hitting, yes, market sell, not market buy. All right, it's cracking the $45 level. So the spread is about 18 cents. And yes, market sell orders. So we got some panic sellers. But a good amount of support to bring it back up to that 45. I mean, it dips below 45 and then comes right back up to it. It's a very good sign. Patrick, Ether around $50 is a good price for now. Hopefully not to buy, to sell. Yeah, I think if she hits 50, we can get a nice, $2 or $3 swing up. And then she might come back down to 50. But as long as she builds a nice base, a nice support level at that $50 level, I'm looking at the 55, and that's why I want to sell at $54.99. I could be wrong, but she could do it. And if she does it, it's she could do it late at night when we're all sleeping. But I think, to be honest with you, I'm probably not going to go to bed. I'm going to eat, sleep, dream Ethereum tonight. Sell order for ZCASH at $50, hoping Bitcoin could push back up above 1,200. That would give me all the altcoins and the boost again. You know what? 1,200 is doable. If somebody could tell me what the price is, but actually, you know what? Yeah, she could do it. I mean, 1160, that's the price currently right now. And that's just based on GDAX. She could do it. Zcash was 47 earlier, but I think she came down to 45. She could do 50. I can definitely see that. Logan, thank you so much for joining, bud. Yeah, man, if you hop on later, that'd be great. We'll see you then. Enjoy that run, man. It's always good to get some exercise. That'll definitely clear your mind. Yeah, me going out last night for a little bit was very helpful. Bradley, you're dreaming about Ether. Yeah, dude. So you're basically immersing yourself in it. Just don't let it eat away at you. Oh, wow. Okay, so let's look at this. No sellers at all. Sellers are flatlined. Buyers are stacking up. This is the rip to possibly 50. If you guys are watching this, I think it'll rip to 50 very soon. Unless sellers step in and we see this depth chart completely, get up there. But it is flatlined. Nobody wants to sell. So, I mean, this could be a violent increase. Here we go. It's happening. And if she breaks 50, she's really gonna get up to that 55 level. See, sellers are stepping in now, where it was completely flatlined. And if traders are watching this and they're looking to enter just a little bit, at that point, if they see that flat line, what they're doing is hitting market buy, because they want to get in. They want their Ether to be executed. All right, there she goes. Now buyers are flatlining. So that's definitely not a good sign if you're in this already. Buyers have completely flatlined. Yep, there she goes. So as you can see, I mean, this depth chart will swing back and forth, back and forth. But there's still momentum, you know, so a little dip is not that big of a deal. You know, if it went from 46.96 to 45.68, that's not that big of a deal at all. That candle's looking very good. But she will rip it. And if she gets above this high of 48.96, we're looking at least 52 bucks. That's my prediction. But there will definitely be a lot of selling, I'm assuming, at that 55, 57 level. Yeah, Bradley, this is a roller coaster, man. I love it too. I love it, dude. This is an adrenaline rush. You know, I drink Red Bull, and I snowboard, and I'll hit up some half pipes, but this is the biggest rush I could ever get. All right, huge seller, and this is big for me, 1,000 Ether, or not one seller, but a bunch of sellers probably, for 46.90. So we really got to pay attention to that 46.90 level. If that 46.90 level gets bought out, then yes, we will see an increase. But if it sits there, it can drop back down to the $45 level, maybe 44. I'm going to say 44 level if it doesn't get bought out. But what I'm hoping is, considering I'm in this, is I'm hoping that 1,000 Ether at 46.90 gets absorbed within a matter of seconds, and then we will see a huge green candle. That's when it's going to break the 48. So that level is very important for me to watch. And then I got to look at the trade history to see if people are putting in market orders. But the spread is only 2 cents, so the spread is very, very thin. All right, come on, 46.90. Let's see what you're going to do. But yeah, that's why there's that big wall right there, because of that 1,000 Ether. So right now what's happening is, and I would probably do this if I had a lot of Ether. If I had a good amount of Ether, I would be looking to get out of his way. I would not want to try to sell above 46.90, not knowing what's going to happen. I would try to undercut him. I would sell at 46.89, and that's exactly what somebody's doing for 172 Ether. They're like, I'm getting out of this person's way. I'll wait for it to dip back, and then I'll buy more. But if it gets absorbed, it's going to shoot up. Buyers are lining up at 45.17. It's moving quick. It's hard for me to catch it. Right between 45.17. So they are stacking up. Yeah, I'm curious to see what it's going to do at that 46.90 level. And I'm sorry I'm not looking at the comments as much as I want to. Like, my eyes are peeled on that 46.90. Oh, he took it away. He took it off. It's going to go up higher. If somebody takes off that large order, they're predicting a price increase. And that's exactly what he did. Yep, he took it off. 46.90, let's see what was executed. There was only one Ether at 46.93. So yeah, he took it off. He, she, it had to be one person. There's no way that a group of people selling a total of 1,000 Ether would have taken it off all at the same time. So she's got to break 48, and I think she can. Let's see if he moved his sell order, he, she, whoever it might be. I see 832 at 48. So it's a wall, but it's not something I would be concerned about unless we see a bunch all together. So, I mean, let's see, 832, 316 for a total of 1,200 within the same price. So I will watch that level like a hawk. So yeah, but that was a nice rip to 47.30. And I'm not too worried about it being at 46.57, not at all. All right, 47.02, he came back. The 1,000 sell order came back, 47.02. It's getting close to it. Hit 47. I can't see what was sold at 47. It's moving so quick. But he is sitting there. He came back. All right, he took it off. Nope, he's still there. Now it's 47.02, so he's moving his order up. So he probably moved it up a little higher and then realized, okay, it didn't make the rip I was expecting. Let me lower it back. He or she. I'm assuming, man, that 1,000 order, it has to be one person. And that one person got in at the very bottom price of 36, 37, I'm going to say. Before he went to bed, he or she put in a very low ball offer when it hit 50 to say, you know what, if it hits it, that's great. I'll buy 1,000. It's a very smart move. You know, if you have $36,000 to spend. But hopefully he didn't go all in. So the spread is still thin. Let me look at these comments. I do apologize. Patrick says, minor signal ETH support at the moment, speaking about multi-pools. They switched all from Equihash ZCASH to Dagger Hash model. I've not heard that. Patrick, man, you're very knowledgeable. I appreciate you sharing this information. You know, because there's a good amount of people on here. I mean, there's only 7 people, but, you know, all of us really don't know everything. So the more that you guys can share, you know, the better off we'll be. I mean, like I said before, knowledge is power. So please share away, because I'm learning from you guys, and I appreciate that. I know trading, I know charts. You know, my mind will wander looking at different things, and I know what to look at, but I don't know everything about, you know, just the ins and outs of this digital currency. I know more about Bitcoin than I do any of the other altcoins, and I've learned so much from what you guys are sharing. So it's good that miners are signaling Ethereum support. And, you know, if that happened last night and they knew about it, you know, miners are just not mining for Ethereum. They're going to be buying Ethereum. So that could have been the reason for the spike to 57. And then they realize, you know, I just made a buttload of money. I'm going to cash out. I'm going to take my profit. And then, you know, if all miners are sitting there saying, hey, let's dump, let's sell everything. And they started selling when they bought at 45, sold at 55-ish, brought it back down, and then they're all in cahoots saying, hey, let's buy it up. We just took out so many stop losses. Let's start buying as much as we can. Dude, I'm glad you shared that with me, because that was my speculation earlier, that there had to be a group of people, you know, selling and taking out crazy stop losses. So my conspiracy theory might actually even be true. So 47.02, that seller's still sitting there for 1,000. Mr. Ebwin, hey man, I gotta apologize. You know, maybe not yesterday, the day before yesterday. You know, you were on the live stream, and I was able to see your message, and I kind of forgot what it was, but I was having connectivity issues, and I mean, it got crazy to the point where I couldn't even get back on, and I didn't want you to feel that that I abandoned you, but I felt bad. I tried to find you on YouTube just so I can send you a message, but I couldn't find you at all. Couldn't really. I searched under your name and nothing. But thanks for joining, bud. I appreciate it. And Monero, you're thinking Monero will be the enterprise after Ether finds its place? Yeah, it's a possibility. I haven't looked at Monero. It was at 23 and change today, early today, but I haven't recently looked at the price to see what it's at. But yeah, if you want to let me know what the price is, that'd be great. Dagger hash model is Ethereum algo, algorithm trading. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. A lot of that in the stock market. Actually, I haven't even paid attention to my to the stocks this morning. Digital currency is just so much more fun. Yeah, if you guys are into, I was actually going to load up my Think or Swim this morning and do that, you know, and live stream that for a half an hour, and then do the cryptocurrency. But I decided this would be more fun, and you know, that's what you guys are into, digital currency. But that would have probably only been for the first half an hour. All right, 46.24. Spread is 1 cent. Pretty flat line with buyers. You know, sellers is not too bad, but it is higher than the buyers. So possibly a 45, a dip to 45 maybe. 45.48. Big seller, big support of 1600 Ether. That's going to be the support line. And it'll probably make it to that price point, 45.50. It'll make it there. Actually, that order's gone, disappeared. Yeah, I think he was scared that it's going to dip further. So let's see if I see another 600 pop up. More likely, if it's one person, they're not going to put that order in for 1600. They might do 1200, 1000. But yeah, they got cold feet and took it off. Sometimes it's good to have skin in the game, but not for 1600 Ether at that price point. 44, anything above 44 is going to be okay. Yeah, Bradley, I wish there was a statistics that GDAX would put out, but they're not going to, I mean, they know what it is. They're not going to share that information. That would scare individual investors or individual traders like ourselves. You know, you can't trade against a bot. There's no way. You're not going to win. So yeah, that's confidential information. But if anybody knows anybody at GDAX or Coinbase, take them out for some beer, get them to talk. I actually looked for a job to work for Coinbase because I worked in banking for years, and I was looking to be a business development officer for them, working in like merchant services for businesses to be able to accept Bitcoin and cryptocurrency transactions and going through Coinbase, because that's really what, you know, they do a lot of that. It's just not the trading platform that they have. But they're mainly out west, San Francisco, New York City, and I don't really want to move to New York City, not with 3 kids. If I was single, yes, or just me and my wife, definitely. I don't want to put my kids through that. Okay, gotcha. So algorithm in the sense of GPU miner operate. Okay, I'm thinking of algorithm trading, which is completely different, which is basically bot trading. All right, 46.38. That's looking pretty good. Let's see if our seller of 1,000 is still sitting there. Yep, still sitting at 47.02. So that's a level for me to see if it gets absorbed and bought out, but he could take it off easily. Hopefully you guys are having as much fun as I'm having, and I'm not boring you guys. Sometimes I think this is boring. Like, you know, my wife will sit here and kind of watch me, and she's just like, how can you do this? Like, this isn't fun. I'm like, but I get a thrill out of it. It's just that adrenaline rush. I'm like, I enjoy it. I'm like, the day that comes that I don't enjoy what I do, there's no way I'm doing this. You know, I will call quits. I will not do this at all, but I enjoy it. And as long as you enjoy it, keep doing it. But yeah, you got to have the love for it. You got to have the passion for it. And once that goes away, just, you know, close it up and call it quits. Find something else you're passionate about. That's 47.02 is getting close. Let me look at the 15-minute chart. Zoom in. Glad this is working fine. Please let me know if there's no audio, there's no video. The only way I'm able to find out if I'm having issues is by you guys basically leaving a comment. Because I can talk on for hours and then, you know, for the past half an hour, you guys haven't been able to get any of the feed. You know, I don't like this here on the 15-minute candle at all. This here, this is a doji. And usually that would indicate that there's, you know, imbalance that's happening. As long as it doesn't T. This is a, and I'm looking at I'm looking at Crypto Watch. If it closes at this candle, this is a hammer candle, and a hammer candle can possibly indicate an upward momentum, upward movement. So a lot of these candles, and I don't know all of them to be honest with you. I mean, there's so many candles, and they can each tell you, you know, possibly not 100%, you know, what the movement, how it's going to move, but you can't just rely on that. You got to look at so many other different things, and your mind has to be able to analyze and kind of put things together to come up with a conclusion of, you know, okay, how is this going to go? But I didn't like that plus, and it's still, you know, it's not a full hammer either, you know, because we still have a wick at the top of it. So I'm going to definitely pay attention to that and see Dragonfly Doji, or if we close at a hammer. But that 47 and change is getting very close. 47.01. It's a nice hammer here. Make a little room here on my screen. All right, 46.95. So somebody just hit the market buy order for 500 Ether at 46.93. So that's definitely a good sign. Bradley, I'm glad you like watching this, man. That's awesome. And before I set this up, I didn't think anybody would watch this. You know, it's like, you know, who's going to want to sit there and watch me talk? I actually don't even like listening to myself talk, to be honest with you. But I was like, you know, I'll just do it anyway. And then people started hopping on. I was like, all right, you know, I'll still continue to do it. But now I think I found a new passion, a new outlet. And this is a great outlet to have. Because before I would just talk to myself, which is I'm talking to myself now, but at least you guys are able to comment. And I'm able to take a look at it. All right, 47 got hit. So that 47.02, we got to see how fast it's absorbed and see if sellers are trying to undercut that 47.02, which they are. You know, they're putting their orders in below the 47.02. but they got to get absorbed very quickly. Yep, sellers are undercutting them big time, which is it's going to cause a drop. But it hit that 47 instantly and then came right down. Milaz, yes, you're absolutely right. If it gets boring, man, why sit there and watch it? When I have time, I really haven't had the time, but I'll watch some of the cryptocurrency YouTubers, and there's some of them that I'm just like, all right, I'll move on to something else. But there's a couple other ones, I'll watch the whole thing. I mean, they could do a 2-hour, 3-hour long, just talking about altcoins and digital currencies, and I will listen to them for that, for as long as that video is. Sometimes I'm just like, man, I wish the video was longer. The video could be an hour, and I'm like, man, I could listen to it for 2 hours. And Omar is definitely one of them. I can watch, from beginning to end, every video that he uploads. I need to catch up. I've been missing a lot of them. All right, they're definitely undercutting the seller at 47.02. They're looking to get out of his way, and that's definitely one seller based on what I saw. Because he took it off earlier and then put it right back on. It's not a bunch of sellers doing the same things at the same time. So 100%, that's one seller. That I can be certain. All right, it's getting close, 46.98. All right, my depth chart is, my order book is completely off, so I can't rely. 46.57. So a spread of 16 cents. 46.71 is the ask. 46.55 is the bid. And if you guys are new and you want me to explain what I'm saying with the bid and the ask, please let me know. I talked about it yesterday, but I will be saying bid and I'll be saying ask a lot. And I'll be saying market buy, market sell a lot, as well as limit buy, limit sell. So please let me know. I probably won't able to explain it to you right this second, right this minute, because I'm watching that 47.02 level like a hawk. But I will definitely explain it to you. And I'm currently in a trade right now, so I'm looking to get out, at least at the 55.49 level, 54.99 level. Milas, thank you so much, bud. 10 out of 10. I appreciate it. Audio and video is good. Dude, that's perfect. Yesterday had a little of a hiccup. The day before yesterday was probably the worst. I mean, there was nothing but issues. All right, we're getting close. I mean, 46.94 is looking very good. But my order book is definitely off. I mean, we got a seller at 46.69 when the actual price was 46.90. So somebody's looking to sell below the actual price, which would definitely cause it to come down. But strong support at that 46. All right, so our buyer for 1,643 is back at 46.03. So if that 46.03 for 1,600 over 1,600 Ether gets absorbed very quick, we're going to see a big drop because then sellers are just unloading on that person or persons, more than one. All right, he took it off. He's gone. He doesn't trust that it's going to stay at that price. He's waiting for a better entry. So that was definitely one person as well, too. That was not multiple people. Yep. He saw the drop coming. Let's see if he hops back on. But our seller at 47.02 for 1,000 Ether is holding strong. He is still there. But, I think if it gets to, I can see him saying, if it gets to 17.01, I'm going to cancel it and put in an order for 17.49. Because you could easily get that 48 cent jump. And on 1,000 Ether, that's, $480. That's a good amount. Buyer at, so 50, a little over 1,500, 1,582 at 46.03. And I'm hoping that order at 46.03 sits there. I'm hoping it doesn't go through in order to get a price increase, because nobody wants to sell to him or her or to the group. Yeah, this is actually more fun than the other day. All right, he took it off. He, she, that's definitely one person. Yeah, they had cold feet. So people will do that. They'll put it on and then they'll anticipate, you know, I think I'm buying in too high, and they'll sell it. I mean, I'm sorry, they'll get rid of it, because then they think, you know what, I think it'll get down to 44.20 and I'll sell it, you know, I'll buy at 44.20. Where's our seller? Where's he sitting? He's still holding strong, 47.02. Yes, Bradley, dude. Omar's got a lot of passion, man. He really does. I think, you know, he's one of the best, you know, and putting out a good message. And it's not all BS, dude. You know, he doesn't BS at all. All right, 1583 came back. So that's definitely 100% one buyer. And he got back at 46.03 again. And that was his entry before. So we got one buyer for 1,583 at 46.03. And then we got one seller for 1,000 Ether at 47.02. Let's see what happens. So if those two orders could keep coming on and disappearing, like if that 42.0 sell order disappears, I'm going to say it's one person putting those orders in to get the price to go up, and then he would cancel his order of 1,000 that he already has and then bank a little more as it goes up. So I'm going to pay attention close to that, because that could definitely be one person. And if they, you know, like I said earlier, if they bought at 36, you know, 37, because they put a low ball offer in, you know, last night when, you know, it started breaking 50, you know, they spent 37,000 on 1,000 Ether, they're going to bank. So right now they'd be up, you know, 10,000 bucks if they bought it at 37 and it's 47. That's what I'm assuming. He's looking to make 10,000 bucks out of this. But yeah, reason why I think, you know, if it's one person that they would put in a buy order at 1583 is to get people to buy thinking, you know, that's the wall, that's the support. They're going to buy, they're going to raise that price up to his sell level at 47.02. He'll make 10 grand, but he's going to take that 1,583 Ether off the book at 46.03. Because he probably doesn't want to get in at that level. He wants to get in at a cheaper level. So he's trying to manipulate people into getting the price up to his sell price. So if I didn't know that, I would probably be like, I'm buying now before he gets in, you know, because once he gets in, it's going to raise the price higher as he's unloading his 40, you know, at 42.02. But yeah, that's got to be one person. What's the price on BTC, Patrick? Because I'm really watching these two levels like a hawk. And I think GDAX just froze. Unless there's nobody buying or selling, which doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's definitely a lag in GDAX. So I did buy BTC the other day before the crash. Some of you know, some of you might not know. Bought it at 1240, and that was just because I wanted to take that one Ether and move it over to Poloniex, and that's what I did. As soon as I bought it, I moved it over, and then as soon as I did that, I was like, oh man, it just dropped to 1220, and I'm like, well, all right, you know, it's only 20 bucks I lost. You know, it's not that big of a deal. And then yesterday, it just tanked, and I was like, ah, only if I would have waited. But, you know, one Ether, 140 bucks. I can live with it. And my plan with that is to kind of buy Ethereum Classic with it. I do have an order for 140,001 Satoshis. When I put that order in, it was sitting at around 170,000 Satoshis. And I think Ethereum Classic, and this is in my opinion, please do not buy Ethereum Classic just because I say it, is I think it could be pumped. It's cheap. The price is very low. And, you know, if tons of people start buying it, it can definitely get to 5, maybe break 5. You know, that's my speculation. But for me, that's going to be a long-term hold if it does get in there to that price range. And really, that one Ether was, you know, I have 3 kids, so, you know, my plan was to buy each of them 1 Bitcoin and just kind of put it away. So I'm going to see if I can turn that 1 Bitcoin into 3 Bitcoins for them, and then just put it on a hardware wallet and don't even touch it. That's the plan. We'll see if it works out. You know, some of you guys know, and if some of you want to know, I do have 3 kids and ages of 7, 4, and 1. I'm sorry, yeah, 7, 4, and 1. So they keep me pretty busy. A lot of distractions. Today it's actually pretty good because they're 2 in school and 1's napping. My wife is off, but she's at the gym. So when she comes home, you know, she'll take care of the little one. But yeah, there's no distractions, no kids yelling, fighting, screaming at each other. I was actually watching some of the videos, you know, from before, and I mean, you can just hear everything they're saying, and I'm like, oh man, I wonder what some of these people think, you know, that are watching these videos, especially if they're watching the videos after the live stream. You know, some of the things that my daughter will say to my son is just like, oh, did she really just say that? Like everybody heard it. 1160-ish for BTC. Yeah, it's definitely making a comeback from hitting 1088 this morning. I'm not sure what time that was at. I didn't look at the timestamp on it, but I canceled my order for 1100. I put in like 5 orders yesterday for BTC when it was crashing because I didn't want GDAX to go down, and I didn't have any orders in the book. So it was like, you know, 1.5 at 1100, 1.2 at 1000, 1.5 at 900, I think it was, and then 4 at 800, and then another low ball offer for, like, you know, I think 2 Ether or 2 BTCs at 573, something to that extent. I was like, well, at least, you know, I'll have a chance of, you know, the top one hitting. And then before I went out last night, I canceled the 1100, left 1000 on there. I left the 900, and I canceled the 800 just so I could actually put an order in for Ethereum. And then that's how that 108 Ethereum came to me. But if you're just joining, you know, I woke up this morning. Well, I saw it last night that it had gone up to 50 on my phone. I was like, whoa, I'm like, that's pretty good. You know, Logan and I were talking about that. And I kind of said, you know, I can see this hitting 50. And when I woke up this morning, I saw it at 43, and I thought I put an order in for $30. All right, let's see what's going on. It's getting close to 47.02. Our buyer's still there for 1,583 Ether. And of course, sellers are coming in and undercutting that 47.02. I mean, that's what I would do. If I was into a good profit, and I was just, you know, I was getting nervous, I wanted to lock something in, I would probably undercut them as well too. But yeah, I woke up this morning thinking I had an order in for $30.01, and it got to 43, and I was like, oh man, I'm like, you know, why didn't I put an order in for like 44? And that was on a Coinbase app. So Coinbase app is not accurate at all. It does not tell you the accurate drop. You know, the graph is not good. It's not candlesticks. It's just it's like just a line bar. And then when I logged onto the computer and saw that it dropped to 35, I kind of said, oh, you know, why didn't it drop to my level of $30? I was kind of upset about that until I logged onto GDAX, and I was like, whoa, I have 108 Ether. I'm like, what was my order? And then I realized it was $40.01. But I wish I was awake, So I think tonight I'll be drinking a case of Red Bull to keep me up. My wife might not be happy. But, you know, we currently rent an apartment and she wants to buy a house. So I'm like, hey, if you want me to have money for a huge down payment and not really have to get a mortgage from the corrupt bank, this is something I need to do. Patrick, I can definitely look at BTC, Ether. At this moment, I can't, because when I tried it earlier, the system completely stopped working. So right now, everything's working fine. It's smooth. When I tried to open Poloniex, it did give me a hard time where there was no video. But I will definitely take a look at that for you, bud. Let me see, actually, instead of looking at Poloniex, because I'm still watching that 4702 level and 4603 level, which is definitely one buyer, one seller, but I think it could just be one person. All right, people are coming in to sell. So a lot of people are undercutting him. You know, almost 900, close to a little under 1,000 Ether that are trying to undercut him. But the 15-minute candlestick looks good. It looks very good. I do like the looks of that. Dylan, yeah, I'm just seeing that message. Yeah, dude, that's my prediction. You know, it's one buyer trying to manipulate everybody else. And, you know, you're not going to put in an order for 1,500 or 1,000 Ether unless you got bank. You got tons of money sitting in GDAX. Because GDAX does not do leverage. I mean, or I wouldn't leverage everything, but they do not allow you to trade on margin. I could be wrong. Maybe you need a special account. Maybe if you got tons of money deposited in there, they would give you margin. But they'd probably look at me and be like, dude, you got less than 10 grand. Like, you're peanon. You're nothing. Why don't you deposit like 5 million and we'll give you, you know, 40, 20 times the amount of leverage. But yeah, if you saw that last night, because I wasn't at the computer, right around 7:15, I was done. I was out of the bar. But yeah, that's something to really pay attention to. It's just, you know, let's just say at that 4702 level, there's 1,000, and then all of a sudden there's, you know, 500 or 600. You know, then it's not one buyer, you know, or it's not one seller. It's a couple of them, because on GDAX you can't edit your order. You can only cancel it, and that's what I saw with that 1583, and that's what I saw with the 1,000. Canceled, put it on again. Canceled, put it on again. So it's definitely one person. So I'm going to pay attention to see if he's doing this throughout the whole day. If he was doing this last night, he's going to be doing this all day. So that's not good. All right, let's look at BTC Ether. You wanted me to look at. Where's BTC Ether? Where's Ether? So let's see. You want me to look at, I'll look at Poloniex, because they're about the same. Poloniex, Kraken, they're about the same. Yeah, Dylan, and in regards to the other half of the question, you said half set sold, and then they would take it off and it ran up. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. You know, so if somebody's really not paying attention to this and just doesn't see it or doesn't think it can happen, you know, they would be buying in at 4604, 4605 to try to get in before, you know, that big buyer does. But if that's one person and it gets up to his, you know, 4702 level and his 1,000 Ether sells, you know, then after that it's basically gonna drop, and then he's going to cancel that 1583, or he might even keep it, buy, and then it goes up back up to 47. He would sell. It's 1500, a little over 1500. So there's so many different ways of manipulating this. That's why it's good not to hold for too long, because there's just so many traders that would do this. It's greed. Greed will definitely get you in the end. But yeah, I wish I would have seen that. What time was that at? Was that just when it ran up to 50 and then 57? Because I think I got home right around 11, I'm going to say. And that's when I saw it on my phone. So, I mean, it could have been wrong. But I saw that it tapped 50 on my Coinbase app. And I was like, oh, it's 50. But that was not a good time for me to load up my computer. Anybody buying GNT? No, GNT. What is GNT? I mean, I know what GNT is, but what is the price of it right now? I can't look at Poloniex because it'll cause the slide fee to lag, or it might even cause it to crash. Bradley, I'm glad you agree with me on that one. And for people that are really watching this after the fact and not being able to see the comments, I wish you guys could. But Bradley basically just will disagree. But I think you're right about Ethereum Classic. I can put my finger on it. But something is going to happen with Ethereum Classic. Yes, something is going to happen. I agree with that. And at this current level, I think 185 it's at now. It could be lower, it could be higher. I think it's a good place to enter. Now, I'm not telling you to enter it at 185. That's why I have mine set to 140,001 Satoshis. And I'm basically wagering 1 Bitcoin on that, if it does hit it. Patrick says, basically taking a look at it now, more sell on going on a BTC Ether. It's like that. It's like that is holding it back from going up. Yeah, that could definitely be a possibility. Yeah, I wish I could look at Poloniex to see what it's doing on the BTC ETH. But the chart, I mean, it looks like it tapped out at 0.042. That wasn't long ago. That was 8:45. Let me look at this chart. I'm still watching that guy like a hawk. I wish there was a way for me to message him and be like, dude, I know what you're doing. Come on. I've been in this game for way too long. .0474, and that was at 3 a.m. Whew. And then look at that, from 3 to 3:15 to a little before 5 a.m. came crashing down to 0.0323, and that was the crash that we saw. 15-minute candle. So, I'm not looking at the 1-minute candle. I did look at the 1-minute candle for Ethereum USD, and it was within a matter of 1 minute that violent crash happened. So if you're looking at these candles here, within 1 minute, we saw it go from about 49.50 down to 35. They touched 35.50. So there was about 30 seconds or 10 seconds, whatever it is, of it shooting straight down, because it basically took out all those stop losses that people actually took it out. So for a couple seconds, it was just a domino effect, like boom, 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 boom. But also people had limit buy orders in, like I did, at 40, and then it was basically up, boom, 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 and then touched basically where it was, and then went sideways just for a couple minutes, and then right back down. So the people that caught it, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, if I was awake and my order went through at 40, I would have sold at 50. That's a little over $1,000 gain for me. I would have got out, and then I would have waited for the drop again to 35.15. 35.04, and I would have probably bought at 36. So But yeah, I wouldn't have put it in at 35, considering the previous candle was 35. Always put it in, you know, a couple pennies higher. Do 5-10 cents higher than that last candle, big drop. If you do 35, it's not going to get executed. And that happened to me yesterday where, and I should have known this, but I didn't follow my golden rule, where I put it through. I saw the previous candle, a couple candles back, touch 32, and I put it through at 32. And what did it do? It touched 32.01 and then shot up. You know, Logan was on this yesterday, and I said to him, I said, man, I said, you know, that's my number one cardinal rule is don't put it in at that price. Put it in a penny, 2 pennies. So if that would have gone in yesterday, and that was for about 150 ether at 32.01, you know, and possibly ride the wave up, that would have been nice. So if you're ever placing a trade, do a penny higher of what you think it's going to get to. Do 2 pennies, do 3 cents. You know, anywhere from a penny to 5 can't go wrong. Jose, welcome, buddy. So, Jose, you're talking about GNT that you bought at 1,500 Satoshis and sold at 3,785 Satoshis. That would be 3,785 if somebody's watching this after the fact, not 37.85. Dude, those are sizable gains. I mean, you know, over 100%. Dude, pat yourself on the back on that one, man. That's awesome. I'd be happy with 30% gain. But yeah, I mean, you know, GNT definitely took a dive from when they listed it on Poloniex. You know, I'm surprised Pascal has not been pumped yet. I wouldn't buy it, to be honest with you. So don't buy it because I'm talking about it. But Pascal was, you know, it was pumped and pumped hardcore. Let me see where my seller's sitting. Did he cancel? Nope, he's still there. My buyer, he's still there. Okay, good. But yeah, Pascal was pumped to the moon. That's definitely a skyrocket move. And I do have one subscriber, and I don't think he's gotten on this live stream yet. Vinny Game and YT. He was the one that asked me to do a video about being an efficient trader because he was just starting to trade, and he wanted to basically turn, I'm going to say 0.1 BTC into something, you know, bigger. And he actually turned that 0.1 BTC into 0.5 BTC. But he was the one that actually talked about Decreed when it was 80 cents, because he asked me, he said, hey, what do you think about Decreed? You know, I bought it at, I forget what it was, but I think he bought it like, you know, the low of 40 cents, and it was the $1.08. He's like, you know, I'm a little nervous. He's like, I sold. And I was like, dude, you took profits. I mean, you just made, you know, 54% profit. That's what I think it was at that time. And I'm like, dude, like that's good. As a trader, that is excellent. You know, because you don't really know what it's going to do. And then it dropped back down to 80 cents. And I was like, you know, and I didn't talk to him, but I was like, you know, I hope you bought back in, at least bought back in a little bit. And I'm sure you guys have seen Decreed, what it's done. $5. I think that's what it's at. So that's been pretty pumped as well too. But he ended up catching Pascal the first day of the pump and rode the wave up and basically turned that 0.1 BTC, or it might have been a little less than 0.1, and turned it to 0.5 BTCs. So he caught it at the right time. And I said, you know, if you know, in my honest opinion, it's a shit coin. You know, I wouldn't invest in it long term. Use it as a trading vehicle. But I was like, dude, I was like, as long as you get in before the pump and get out before the dump, I'm like, there's a lot of money to be made, but you just got to be quick. You can't fall in love with it. You can't marry it. You know, when I trade stocks, I can care less what that company does. I mean, they can make anything they want. They can make a straw that, you know, it doesn't really matter what they do. They can sell poop in a bag. You know, as long as it's breathing and it's got momentum, it's got volume, you know, traders are basically lining up to buy, I'm going to trade it. I'm not going to invest in it, but I will trade it for 15, 30 seconds. $100 profit. I think the shortest I've ever held something was like 10 seconds for 1,800 bucks. And my wife's like, well, why didn't you hold it longer? And I'm like, why would I? I'm like, I don't know what this company does. I can care less what it does. You know, after doing a little bit of research, I'm like, this is a shell company. I'm like, somebody's just pumping it. Like, I'm not going to invest in it. You know, if you want to invest, you know, invest in companies you know, you trust in, you know, Apple, you know, Google, Microsoft, Kleenex, Procter and Gamble, you know, Colgate. Things that people buy on a consistent basis, and things that you use. Look around your household, you know, look at to see what you have. All right, let's see what this guy's doing. Sorry if I was rambling on as I'm looking at this chart. But yeah, if you guys want me to stop talking, just be like, dude, you're talking too much. I won't take offense to it at all. Like when my son is here, he's like, who are you talking to? Because he doesn't hear anybody talking at all. He's like, who are you talking to? And I'm like, well, there's people on this chat. So you haven't sold yet, Jose. Ooh. I can't tell you what to do, to be honest. I mean, I hate telling people to get out of a trade, but you know, you got to do what you feel comfortable doing. You got to, you know, sometimes you got to lock in the profits and wait for a dip and then get back in. You know, always have a plan of execution. You know, that's every trader has their own set of rules, you know, to live by. But I think majority of the traders is, you know, you're going to get it. It doesn't really matter what price point you get into it. You always want to find a good price point. But once you get into it, you want to manage that risk, but have a plan of execution and not really get away from that plan of execution. A lot of traders get hurt, and it's happened to me when I first started trading. I'd be like, okay, you know, I'm going to get into the stock. I'm just making up numbers here at $2, you know, and then I would say, you know what? I'm buying 1,000 shares. If it goes at 50 cents, you know, I'm making $500. That's what I'm thinking. So I get in at 2, you know, it goes up to 225, 230, 250. I'm thinking it's going to go up higher. I'm not selling. It goes up to 260, 270. I'm like, it's going to go higher. I'm going to make more money. And then the blink of an eye comes down to like 210. And I'm like, oh, I could have sold at 270. My plan was 250. Why didn't I sell? And I'm like, all right, I'm going to hold on to it because it's going to make it back to 270. It's going to do it. It's going to hit 3. Hits 210, you know, hits 205, hits $2 to where I bought it. All of a sudden, boom, it crashes, you know, to 150, 130. And then you're like, man, I could have got out at a good gain. I'm not telling you to sell. I'm not telling you to hold. Plan of execution when you enter a trade and stick to that plan. My plan on this is $54.99. I'm not going to get greedy, even though $54.99 is pretty high, but it's pretty stable from what I see. So there's no sense in me selling at this price point right now. Now, if I said to myself, you know what, when this, I'm buying 45, I'm going to sell, I would have probably sold at 45 already. So always stick to your plan of execution. But I mean, yeah, those are sizable gains. I mean, any trader, you know, making 100%, you know, should be very happy. And they're normally happy. You know, traders look for that 100% gainers, and you got a 100% gainer. But it's hard for me to say, you know, what GNT is going to do. I'm not really looking at the chart. If I looked at the chart, looked at the buy, sell orders, things like that, I could probably analyze it for a little bit and say, you know what, it's probably going to have a nice upward movement, or there's a lot of sellers stacking up. You know, at the moment, I just don't trust it. But do not trust GNT as a long-term investment. I would not use it as a trading vehicle. You know, make your money and run. Hit it and run. Don't overwhelm your stay. I always say that to traders. You know, don't overwhelm your stay because it will come back to bite you. It's bitten a lot of traders. It's bitten me. I've learned from my mistakes. I try not to repeat them, even though sometimes they do happen. All right, let me look at these other comments. I kind of went off the tangent on that one. It's 39.20 now. That's a pretty nice jump from 37.85. Yeah, just have a plan of execution. I mean, you already got in the trade. Have a plan of exit. All right, where is our buyer and our seller sitting? And then I'll get to the rest of the comments. Is that 1583 still there? I don't see it. What was it? I think if somebody can remind me what I said, was it 4603? That there was a big buy order? And he probably doesn't, if it's one person, he probably doesn't, and the reason why he took it off is he doesn't want it to be executed. He was just trying to manipulate some traders to get it to hit 4702. He had no plans at all on having that executed. And I don't know how cryptocurrency is, but you know, in the stock market, I mean, you can do jail time for that. There was a guy in the UK, you know, he was doing that, putting in huge, large orders, huge, doing the same thing this guy's doing. And the feds, the U.S. feds, are trying to extradite him, and they can't. But yeah, they're charging him. Yeah, that's illegal. All right, let's see, 4658. Our seller's still sitting there, but that same buyer is gone. So let's see if he comes back on. But even at this level, you know, I am not worried at all. I mean, as you can see, you know, we're not having a violent up and down swing. I mean, it's pretty steady. It's pretty flat line. It's consolidating. That's basically what it's doing. You know, it's consolidating within the range of, if this thing will work for me, you know, 4620, you know, to under 47. So a good amount of consolidation, not worried at all. Now, if I was leaving for the day, you know what, I would probably get out, you know, with a profit of 600, I would get out. But I'm in front of a computer, so there's no sense in me. Bucks is a good amount of money for me, you know, it's a good amount. I mean, you know, a lot of people that are, you know, working, you know, part-time jobs or even minimum wage, you know, are not making 600 bucks a day, you know, working 8-10 hours. All right, our seller's still there. He's not moving. Let's see if he comes back on. What I'm thinking is he's going to come back strong. If he comes back, he's not coming back, you know, for a buy order that he's never going to execute at 1583. He'll come back higher. I can see him coming back with 2,000. That's what I would do if I wanted to manipulate this, which I do not play that way at all, to be honest with you guys. I would never do that. You know, bad things happen, you know, to greedy, bad people. And that's not that's not in my nature at all. Sorry, my voice is a little crackly. I'm trying to drink water and soothe it, but it's not helping. So support on this, you know, if she does decide to dip, is going to be about the 47.75. I'm sorry, 45.75. I wish it was 47.75. 45.75 if she decides to take a dip. If she breaks 45.75, it's going to be right about 44, 44.30, 44.40-ish. Those are the support levels. And if you guys don't know what the support and resistance, what I mean by that, please let me know. Because I'll be using terminologies, you know, that I know because I've been trading. All right, here it comes. Let's see if that $1,000 switched it up and took it off. Nope, he's still there. Okay, good. But that was a nice drop. So that dropped to 45.56. And I said, you know, 45.40 was a support. So that just means that that's where buyers are willing to support it to get it to come back up. There we go. So it's a good thing to see this wick. You know, basically, you know, wicks aren't bad at all. Basically, especially if it's going up. You know, buyers or sellers basically brought it down, and then buyers brought it right back up, and that's why you'll have a longer wick. You don't have a full body. $46, 48, 46, 60. Yeah, I'm getting all three different prices now. Well, I did in a second. The depth chart showing 46.57. That's not good. If the depth chart is correct, you know, there's no buyers. Buyers are flatlined. They're completely flatlined. Like, they're not trusting this at all. And really support 45, looks like 45.70, 45.73. And I said the support, if it breaks that 46, or what did I say, 45 something, was 44.40-ish, 44.50-ish. But yeah, it's completely flatlined. And this is not good. This is not good at all. We can see a very violent dip. A lot of sellers are stacked up though at that 49.86, 49.89, 49.90. I'm looking to get out at 49.99. I might have to undercut it just a little bit by a couple pennies. I might have to do 49.86. I'm sorry. No, I'll be leaving that on. But there's a good amount of selling going on there. Possibly, if they don't change it. All right, let me get back to some of these comments. I do apologize. Jose, you know, good idea. You have a plan of exit. You really do now. You got to stick with it. If that's when you plan on exiting, stick to that plan, dude. Take your profits, be happy, walk away, you know, walk away from the computer for a little bit and then come back and sit down. But, you know, if that's your plan, stick to it. But just remember, you know, also be prepared if it decides to go against you. Because, you know, you're riding it up and you rode it up pretty good, but you don't want to be riding it back down to where you got it. You don't want to be thinking like, man, I just made 120, 100 in profit, depending on how much you put in. And you'd be like, wow, now I'm back to where I started. So stick to your plan and just, you know, look at the overall picture of what it might do. Yeah, Patrick, you know, I think I'd have to agree with that message. Let me read it out loud to everybody. Best thing about crypto is all the drunken buys or sells that happen because they never close these markets. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, I forget what it was, maybe 2 days ago, my sister-in-law dropped off a good amount of beer, and I went ahead and had 2 beers while I was, you know, looking at the market and trading. But that was the limit that I was stopping at. I wasn't going to drink any more than that. Then my mind would get cloudy and my judgments wouldn't be good. But drinking and trading is not a good idea at all. Sorry, guys, I had to mute it for a second. Let's take a look at some of the other comments. But that candle's looking good on the 5-minute chart. I'm going to definitely have to take a look at the 15-minute chart because I'm looking at BTC, Ethereum. But I'm going to put you guys on mute just for a second or two. Don't think I walked off. All right, sorry about that, guys. In about a couple minutes, though, I am going to take a 5-minute break just so I kind of walk away from this computer. It's nice and sunny where we are, just to get a little bit of sun, a little bit of vitamin D, instead of being stuck in the screen. But, you know, what happens normally when I walk away, and this has happened probably 90% of the time, there's connectivity issues. It's happened so many times. I'm like, all right, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I'll be right back. I come back, and there's latencies that are happening, or the video streams go bad. So if that's the case, I will definitely be loading this back up again. But let me get to the comments, and then I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Bradley, good question, man. When did I first start trading Ether? That was probably 5 days ago, I'm going to say. I got to look at my trade history. Let's see. I can probably give you a better date in a second. Yeah, I bought Ether on Gemini. I like Gemini in the sense that they allow you to have instant funds availability. So as soon as you make a transfer, you can start trading it. So I bought it on Poloniex. I'm sorry, I bought it on Gemini. Saw that it was selling higher on GDAX. I made the transfer. Took 15 minutes, which wasn't bad. But that was 6 days ago. So I bought it, and then I sold it. So bought it on Gemini, sold it on GDAX, because really the price difference was 50 cents that I saw. I didn't sell it right away. I kind of waited for it to go up. But every time I looked at the price between those two exchanges, it was a difference of 50 cents. And I wanted to sell it at a higher price. But that was 6 days ago, the first day I traded Ethereum. And then on GDAX, I've traded several times on it. Knock on wood, I haven't lost any money on it yet. So all my trades have been profitable. But it's going to happen. It happens to every trader. You will end up taking a loss if you sell. But if you end up holding, it could definitely go against you. All right, our seller at 47.02 is still there. I'm not worried about this, 46.09. All right, let's see if she starts breaking out. So not much of a flat line now on the buy side of the depth chart. Where before, I mean, it was flat and it did not look good at all. But my entry at 40 is still looking good. I'm not worried about this at all. It's just a matter of time before it starts breaking out. And when it breaks out, it's going to completely break out. And that's what happened 2 days ago, where it was like watching paint dry. Some of you guys might have been on here. I know Logan was. I mean, it was the worst day ever. It's like no movement, a little up here, down there. I mean, it was just the worst day. And then all of a sudden, 2 days ago, it broke out. Somebody asked me, is it going to the moon? And I'm like, dude, I think it's already gone to the moon. I mean, it's, it went from, when I saw it, when I started buying it at 18, it was the first time I bought Ethereum. Actually, I did buy Ethereum. I'll tell you guys a story when I get back. Prior to me buying it again and transferring it, and it was probably the biggest mistake of my life that I made. I made a little bit of money off of it, but when I put my order in, I just wasn't careful at all. But maybe I'll tell you guys that story now. So first time I traded Ethereum, I wanted to buy at the 1533 level for 303 Ether. So 303 Ether, I wanted to buy, limit order of 1511. I put the orders in completely the different way. I said, I want to buy 15.11 Ether at a price of $303. I'm sure you guys know what happened. I mean, thank goodness I was only buying 15.11 Ether, or execute a 15.11 Ether. But if I was buying a lot of Ether, let's just say, I had a good amount of money and I put an order in for 1,000 Ether and I made a mistake and said that I want to buy it for $303, a lot of trades would have gotten executed, and there would have been a crazy large candlestick because I'm buying at a much higher price. Somebody trading would have looked at them and like, what just happened? Like, who just bought at 300? Who put an order in for $303 to buy 1,000 Ether? If you're a knowledgeable trader and you look for those things, you would have caught that. So you know, 15.11 Ether was executed at the highest price, the highest seller. And the highest seller at that point was at 1679. So that's the first time I traded Ether. I bought 15.11 at $16.79. Imagine if I had bought 300 at 1679 and kept it until now. So Ether at that moment was really not moving, not much of a movement at all. So I sold it for, it went up $2, you know, made a little over 30 bucks. I sold it. And then I bought it again and bought 270 at the right price that I wanted to buy. And that was 1848. And yeah, if you actually watch my video that I posted, and that was when I had issues with my computer, so I took 2 weeks off from posting. That one video, I did actually record it, and I basically uploaded to YouTube, and I told why I purchased it at $18.48. And basically there was a large wall, and I mean large, for 17,000 Ether, 9,000 Ether from what I remember. I'd have to watch the video again. But I saw that, and that was at, like, you know, 1850 and 1857, I think. So I was like, I'm undercutting these sellers or these buyers. So I was like, I'm putting that order in for 1848. And of course, mine got executed. I think the 9,000 got executed. The other 17,000 did not get executed because it drove the price right up. So I was happy to get 270 Ether at that price because I saw these big buyers. They were sitting there, and I was like, I need to get in before they do. And you really can't look at Gemini and have the good charting system like I'm looking at now, and you guys are able to look at. The charting system does not exist. So it's mainly for a long-term investor. It's not for a trader. If you're a trader, you want a good charting system. You want to use CryptoWatch. You know, you want to use GDAX. You want to use Kraken. They got a great charting system. You know, Polonius has got a great charting system. I just don't like the depth chart. But that was, and then I took the 270 Ether, transferred them to GDAX. But yeah, it could have been bad, you know. And as a trader, we all make mistakes, and it's just about really focusing on what you're doing and not having distractions. And of course, I always have distractions, but I just kind of learned to focus in. But you know, that could have been bad. But it's a good thing I only put it in to buy, you know, 15.11 Ether at $303, which I meant to, you know, do it the other way around. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. So let me get to these comments, and then I'm going to take just a little bit of a break. But it's awesome that you guys are here with me. Thank you so much. And a lot of good questions too. And if you guys have some knowledge to share, please, you know, share them. You know, Patrick, thank you so much for sharing that information. I definitely, you know, appreciate you contributing to the chat. No, Jose, good question. You know, you're asking, and I haven't done it yet. So he's basically asking, he said, you know, when you take out your earnings from Coinbase, do you use a credit card? No, you know, I would transfer it to my bank account. You know, I have 2 bank accounts that are connected to it. And the nice thing about it is, I mean, it should be in your account within 1 to 2 business days. I think they charge $10 for that credit card. To my understanding, I could be wrong. I completely forget what it's called to be honest with you. But you know, I don't want to pay $10 when I don't have to. You know, I'll easily wait, you know, 1 or 2 business days to have that money deposited back into my account. But depositing money into Coinbase is a pain. You know, I would never deposit money into Coinbase ever again. I would rather deposit it to Gemini, which it's instant right away. Within a matter of a second, you have the funds available, you can trade it. And then once it clears, you know, which it does take 4 business days for it to clear, then, you know, you could basically move the funds out, move the cryptocurrency out to a different exchange or have it deposited into your account. But, you know, if you guys haven't looked at Gemini yet, definitely look at Gemini because they offer that instant matter of 10 minutes, depending on when you do it, you can deposit $1,000. You know, you just got to do it before the next business day rolls over. And I think that's at 5 p.m. So if you deposit, you know, 500, which is the max limit at, you know, let's just say 4:55, at 5:01, the new day starts, you can deposit another 500. You got $1,000 within a matter of seconds. You want to be careful. I mean, $1,000 is a lot of money. But if you deposit, the problem I deposited $2,000 to Coinbase, and then I deposited like 200 bucks, 238, because the max is 2,000, I think, per week you can deposit. So I did the 2,000, and then as the days go on, they start adding just a little bit. So then I would kind of max it out at 238, max it out at 260. But I did those in different days. But what Coinbase started doing was, and if you follow me on Twitter, there was a little rant about it that I did, and I even copied Brian Armstrong and Coinbase support team, and none of them responded. But what they did was they started putting through my smallest deposits, but my highest deposit of $2,000, they held that for the longest time. I mean, they held it for almost 8 business days. And my speculation on that, and I think I might have put that on the tweet, is that they wanted to hold that $2,000 so they make interest off of that more and release little amounts, because they're not making much interest off of it. So if they're doing that to millions of customers that they have, I mean, imagine how many customers they have. It's like probably over 5 million. They're making a lot of money off of interest, off holding that money. And I wanted to buy Bitcoin then. That's why I made those transfers of, it was like $3,039 total. But, when they're only depositing $235 and $250, it's like, I don't even have enough to buy one Bitcoin if I wanted to. But yeah, so use Gemini, buy it there, wait for the funds to basically clear, or wait for them to settle. And then you can transfer the Ether, whatever it is, to GDAX, or transfer it to Poloniex or Kraken. GNT, 4,049 Satoshis. And previously it was at 39.85. Nice, dude. Very nice. So, I mean, you have your plan, stick to it. This is my recommendation. And I think you just state that, you're trying to get out at 54.50. Stick to your plan, and if it goes up higher, it could, don't kick yourself. I mean, you're exiting out. I can't even do the math right now, but probably 150% profit. Your entry on that was, I got to kind of scroll up on the messages. Where is it? You bought it at 1,500 Satoshis. Dude, that's a huge profit. Yes, 400 to 500%. But yeah, just stick to your plan. And if it goes up, say, hey, you know what? I'm happy with myself. I got out with a profit. Because if you say, you know what? It's going to go up to 6,000. And it could hit 6,000 Satoshis. And then you say, you know what? I'm not going to get out. I'm going to get out at 6,500 Satoshis. And it gets to like 64. And then boom, big crash. I mean, we saw what happened on Ethereum. It goes from basically $50 down to 35 in a matter of a second. Have that much time to react, to be that quick and sit there and analyze and be like, okay, what's going on? I got to get out, because there's other traders that are getting out. And then people see that and they're like, I'm not buying this. So they're not going to buy at the level that you're trying to sell at. So excuse me, stick to your plan. Have I ever lost any Bitcoins, Patrick? No, I have not. Thank goodness. Knock on wood. It's happened to some people. I haven't really been on an exchange that's gotten hacked. Like, let's just say right now I have one Bitcoin, and I do on Poloniex. If Poloniex gets hacked, then yes, I will be out of one Bitcoin. But the Trezor hardware wallet is what I'm going to end up buying. And on their website, it's actually not bad. The only thing I don't like is that you have to actually use BTC in order to buy it. I'd rather use my credit card to buy it. But Amazon does not have it. Really, I haven't found a place that will allow you to pay with fiat currency to buy the Trezor. And I don't want to spend BTC to buy it, to be honest with you. I'd rather use, US dollar, which is being devalued. But I have not lost any BTCs due to a hack or, due to malware. But yeah, you definitely want to protect yourself. You definitely want to make sure your computer is as secure as it can be. I mean, there's so much crazy stuff that's going on these days. And, people will be lurking to steal your BTCs. And I think Omar did that one video a couple of days ago about, best way to protect yourself or to protect your currency, or least way to protect your currency. And if you guys haven't watched that video, I highly recommend it. Please watch it. He gives a thorough explanation. All right, BTC is coming down just a little bit, but I am not worried. Okay, now I'm worried. 45.66. Now I would be just a little worried. I'm still in the green, but that's just not a good dip on the 5-minute chart. Let's see, 46.91 down to 45.55. The previous candle was 45.56, so that's nice support that it found and bounced just up a little bit. There we go. So next support, if it does come down further, it's going to be, and as long as my chart cooperates, 45 level. That's the next support. Maybe it'll bounce 10, 15 cents. If it breaks the 45, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at 44. There she goes. Hit 45. Actually, 45.31. But my $40 entry is still not bad. I'm still not worried. Let's see where the buyers and the sellers are. I kind of lost track of my, there he is. He's still there. Our 1,000 Bitcoin, our 1,000 Ethereum seller is still there. 45.41. Let's take a look and see, if things are being absorbed quickly. 46.8. So somebody's order. $45.30. So the spread is about 9 cents. 45.41. Ask. 45.32 bid. Somebody just slapped up. There we go. Somebody slapping the market buy order. All right, 1 cent spread, 16-cent spread. If you guys can see that, I mean, it switches. The spread completely switches. So you want to make sure, if you're going to hit market buy order, that the spread is not huge. So 45, we could see the 44. I'm going to look at the 15-minute candle. Five, 45 did crack. And if you guys can see on the 5, it's such a candle. So that's a lot of price movement that's happening currently. And that's what happened on the 1-minute candle when it went from 50 to 35.50. Next support we're looking at, because it cracked that 45 like I was thinking, next support is 44. And if 44 does not hold, next support we're looking at 42.50, but I need to look at the 15-minute chart. And my 15-minute chart, where are you? Like I said, I'm still not worried. I mean, I got in at 40. They bought it at 47. Yeah, they should be worried, because it'll probably take a little while to recuperate that loss. If it does, when it does make it back to 47, because it will, it definitely will. And that's as long as excuse me, that's as long as if they didn't panic and sell. So the 15-minute chart, if it'll cooperate with me, a good amount of 690 is what I see. So they definitely consolidated. And I do apologize that I'm not seeing these comments as I'm focused in on the chart, but I'll definitely get to them and then take a little break as long as the price stabilizes. But if the price is moving, break. I think my wife wants to take over this live stream. She said everybody's money would crash. No, I always tell people don't buy because I'm buying. Don't buy because I speculate what it might do. You guys got to do what you're comfortable with doing. I'm not a licensed, advisor to give professional advice. I actually did a video. I think it might have been my 7th video about CryptoTrader general policies. Didn't get too many views. I don't think people liked it. But I was getting private messages about when to sell things. And the last thing I want to do is be responsible for somebody losing a lot of money. That's not what I want to do. So I had to put out that disclosure. All right, 45 is still up. There she goes. She's still breaking 45. So it opened basically right at the closing price of the previous long candle, and it down gap. It didn't open above it. Normally, I like to see that it opens a little above its closing price because then that would indicate good support. Buyers are stepping in, but this is not indicating that buyers are stepping in, and it could be a fake out. Just because we get a nice little green candle doesn't mean it's going to sustain it. And I said that yesterday, and when I was watching Bitcoin and doing the commentary on it, it dropped violently to 11. I think it was 1138, but it started going up. We started getting green candles, and I was like, I don't believe in this candle at all. It's a complete fake out. And once that candle closed, it definitely was a fake out because it crashed even further. I think it was like 11, might have been 1160. I got to rewatch the video. But you definitely got to be careful because you will see a complete fake out on an uptrend, and you think, okay, that was the bottom. Let me get back in. It's not the bottom. What happens in that situation is the people that didn't sell before it started dumping, that held on, are going to start dumping on the first nice green candle to minimize the amount of money that they lost. That's the way traders think. That's the way I think. If I was taking a big hit on this, I'd be like, okay, next candle I see, I'm going to get out. They would get out, and then the next candle would cause another long red candle to just drop. So it's called a fake out, and I've seen those happen many times. Not 100% of the time, it's not true, but it happens. Because if this was a true reversal, we would have seen a larger candle and not this little tiny candle. Get back in at this level. Yeah, but then I would be buying it higher than what I bought the 108 Ether. I mean, some traders do, a dip, I'm going to buy more, I'm going to add to my position. But there's just that strong resistance at 47. So if I'm buying it at 45, 46, it's not much of a gain. It's still a gain, though. Don't get me wrong. If it dips to the $40 level again, yes, I personally would buy. I do have an order in for 35.15 in case it does hit 40 and then have a nice, violent, crazy drop. And I did explain in the beginning of this video why I put it to 35.15. Oh, man, that comment was from a while ago. I actually responded to the comment below that, and then I just saw the comment. Patrick, let's see. So this is in regards to drinking and trading. They don't mix so well. I lost 5 BTCs over a drunken incident way back, even though Bitcoin was worth only 600. It hurt like hell. Yeah, dude, it does, dude. To lose 5 BTCs, yeah, that's huge. Yeah, it's like drinking and driving, They don't mix. Trading don't mix. Drinking and playing poker, that's something you can do, but especially if you're just playing with buddies. Not at the casino though. Don't, that's why I think they serve so much alcohol at the casino, is, to get people to just gamble their life savings. Do I ever scalp with altcoins? Not for 20, 30 cent scalp. Actually, I did. I mean, if you look at my trade history, which you guys have access to it, I definitely want there to be transparency. You guys actually know what my name is, what my last name is. I'm not hiding anything from you guys. If you want to view my full name on the top right, it's there. Here are my trades. The red that you see here is under fee structure. That's just a fee that I paid. Unfortunately, because I did a I did a stop sell order. So I paid fees for that. But all the other trades, there's no fees because I did a limit. And I didn't know that. If I had a fee, I just thought on every trade you were charged a fee. That was my understanding. And then when I looked at my other orders, and I'm like, why did I pay 0 fees, but I paid fees for this? So stop limit orders. Stop sell or stop buy orders, they will charge you fees. Market orders, they'll charge you fees. Whether it's buy or sell, not charge you fees because that order is in the book. So as long as that order is in the book, to my understanding, they do not charge you a trading fee. But no, I did scalp it. So let's see, entry of 2180, exit of 2180, exit of 2250. And I think that was probably, how many ethers did I buy? 2, 3, well, I bought a lot, like over 400. 2. Yeah, I bought 400.1852 ether, and I scalped it for, 70 cents. That was pretty bad. That's when I was like, I'm not gonna scalp this, because then it never made it back down. I was like, you know what? I'll take the, $292 gain. I'll buy it back in at 280, or 2180, but that didn't happen. Yes, so I did scalp it once. And then my other entries were, 28 bucks. I bought 336 ether. I sold those at 29.99. And then I bought back in again at, let's see. And then I bought back in again at 28, it looks like. And then sold at 28.90 and 29.68. And then there's a top order there at $40.01. I hope you guys can see that. But yeah, you guys have access to my order, or the orders that filled. You guys have, not access in the sense that you can change it, but for you to be able to view. And you can also see my entry, where I'm entering where I'm. But don't follow my strategy, please. I am not right 100%. I'm never. There's no way. I'll be happy if I'm right 10%. But yeah, you guys have access to that. There's a lot of traders on YouTube, stock traders, not cryptocurrency traders, and they'll show. And I haven't seen any of them that do live streaming, but they'll show you their gains, but they'll hide their losses. And I'm like, well, dude, like, I need to know if you're really effective, if you're really good at what you do. I mean, we're all going to lose money. It's going to happen, but it's just, they're only showing you their wins, and that's it. But, this is a live stream. There's no way for me to hide anything at all and to edit these. Bradley, thank you so much for joining, bud. Sorry, I'm getting, if you're still on. Thank you so much, bud. I appreciate it. I appreciate your Twitter, and also to YouTube. Let's see, Henridge, you said the downslide did happen in the same time BTC price did drop a bit. Your thought is exchange price did trigger this? Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. And I wish I was looking at other things. Once I upgrade the RAM, I mean, I have 4 gigabytes of RAM on my computer right now. Once I upgrade to 16 gigabytes of RAM, then I will be able to do a lot more things and look at so many other things. I'm also planning on getting two other external monitors. I have just a 24-inch monitor now that's above my 15-inch MacBook Pro. So I'll be able to look at a lot more. I'll be able to run a lot more things. So then I can definitely do that side-by-side comparison if I see other things drop in and then this drop in. But thank you so much for notifying me, because I can't see that at all. And I'm glad you guys are letting me know. So if you see Bitcoin tanking, let me know, because I'll switch. I'll switch right to it. All right, let's see. Before I take a break, I definitely need to go outside and get a little bit of sun. 44.61. So it's a good thing we didn't break 44. That was a low on this candlestick. And two candles, and I do like this. This is a nice step. It opened up right at this closing price. There was no gap down. There was no big gap up. And this candlestick, that's not bad. It opened up right at its closing price, but it didn't really drop too far. It's just, it's still red, but it's just hovering there. Let's look at the seller. 1,000 is still there. He hasn't moved. Got any big buyers? Nothing at the moment. So it has to break out above this consolidation. This is the nice wall. I'm going to average price, I'll say, 46.90 possibly. It did touch 47 here at this candlestick. So it's got to break out above 70 in order to have a very nice momentum to the upside for it to get to close to 50. So that's a strong, strong resistance there. And the next resistance, I gotta probably zoom out. Because if she really starts breaking out above that 47, we gotta really pay attention to that seller at 47.02. If that gets absorbed quickly, like really, really, really fast, and I mean within a matter of seconds, then we could see a little dip. But if it sits there, and it doesn't do anything, then there's a 20-30% chance that it could have a nice 20-30 cent pop. So that's very important to take a look at. Kyle, thank you so much, bud. Hey, sorry, man, I can't respond to your text. I was actually going to go outside and take a little break and then kind of respond to it. But now that you joined the live stream, welcome. Wire connection will help a ton. In what sense, bud? I don't know if I talked about wire connection. If it's in regards to my internet, yes, I am hardwired today. I am not using the Wi-Fi. And that's one thing my buddy said yesterday. He said, well, you're using Wi-Fi. And I was like, yeah, I am. He's like, dude, why don't you hardwire it? And I was like, I don't know. I didn't think about it. So I'm hardwired, I'm plugged in. Kyle, Steam. Yes, bud. I don't know if you got my crazy text messages this morning, but sorry I couldn't respond to your text, man. I went out. I just kind of turned my phone off, went out with two of my buddies, and just kind of chilled and had a good time. That's why I responded to him this morning. Yeah, I think he said Steam was going up. Buy ZCASH. What was ZCASH earlier? I think it was, it hit 47, but it was coming down to 45. ATC, ZCASH, Steam. Bitcoin, huh? They create a new coin. I know what you meant, Bitcoin. Are all good buys today. I have to look at the chart, look at the overall picture, but I think I'm going to do that when I get back from just taking a little bit of a break. Milaz, thank you so much for joining, bud. Yeah, definitely get some sleep. Sleep is important. I know Kyle Post would say sleep is for the weak, but you got to get some sleep. Sell Dash and Monero. Dude, I like Monero. Earlier this morning it was what, 23 and change? Man, it was just like 2-3 days ago. I saw it at 1250. Hold on Litecoin, hold Ethereum. I actually put an order in today, coin that I transferred over to Poloniex, to buy Ethereum Classic at 140,001 Satoshis. So I think that was about 725 Ethereum Classic. So if it hits, that's great. I think I'm going to treat that as a long-term hold and wait for the pump to close to $10. Yes, you're right, dude. I'm hardwired, so and definitely thank you for the recommendation. I wish somebody would have pointed that out yesterday, but I didn't really tell anybody I was on Wi-Fi. But today has been very smooth. Just a little bit of a hiccup, but not much. I mean, other than that, I'm impressed. I like the way it's working. As long as it's working well on your end. Yes, LAN is better than Wi-Fi. And I didn't even think about it, to be honest with you. I mean, looking at charts, looking at trade history, buy orders, things like that, completely clouded my judgment on how can I get a better internet connection. I'm like, there's nobody else connected. My Wi-Fi router's right there. I mean, seriously, it's like 10 inches from me. Just never thought about, hey, you buy an Ethereum Classic with your Steam profit. Yeah, what the price is right now. Last time I checked, when I put that order in, it was at like 179,000 Satoshis, which is close to $2. And then I was like, yeah, you know what? Let me just look at the overall chart. If I'm going to put this buy order in here and it's just going to sit here. And when I looked at the order, I realized, 38, 39,000 or 380, 390,000 Satoshis. I'm sorry. I got to look at that again. I'm kind of losing my head. Oh, like 100, what did I see that? 40 something, 132, 38,000 Satoshis. So I was like, I'll meet them kind of somewhere a little above that. And I put it in for 140,001 Satoshis. I put it in to see, what it would cost me to get 1,000 Ethereum Classic. And that was just way too large of a lowball offer. And it would probably sit there forever. I don't think it would get to that price if we have a nice dip. So there was no sense in me putting it in to try to buy 1,000 Ethereum Classic. But if it dips further and I see that, I might change it to where I'm going to actually buy 1,000 Ethereum Classic and then just hold it and wait for the pump to 10. And that would be a very nice, sizable gain. Actually, it would be huge, to be honest with you. It'd probably be the biggest gain I would ever make from trading stocks and trading cryptocurrency. But yeah, I said earlier in this feed, hey, if it does that, we'll have a meet and greet. Drinks are on me. You're hoping to get it at 177. ECS. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. I like seeing these familiar names. No, dude, I shouldn't have gone to bed last night. I should not have gone to bed. This was looking good, and I think I'm going to be up all night. I think I'll be talking. I'll be loud. Yeah, I haven't really. I'm going to take a little break, and then when I come back, I'm going to take a look at some of the other alts. I can't really log into Poloniex because if I do, then it's going to cause connectivity issues with this live stream. Because I tried it earlier. Somebody wanted me to look at Ethereum Classic, the chart, and I was just like, it's not even worth it to try to look at it. And I apologize. I forget who it was. Because the last thing I want is to have issues with this live stream. Everything's working great. So I mean, I even closed out. I was looking at a different charting system, and I closed that one out as well too. I just had too many things running. I have the live stream running, which is definitely upload speed that is eating up, and then 3 charts basically. Actually, 4 charts I had running. CryptoWatch, GDAX. I had two GDAX charts running, and the other one for Bitcoin, as well as Poloniex. So that's 4 charts plus YouTube live stream, and that was just way too much for it. Kyle, what's my biggest day gain on what? Stocks or on cryptocurrency? But Ethereum is holding. I'm glad it's holding that 45 level. As long as she can stay above 45, you know, we're in good condition. I would still consider it in the consolidation where it's just moving sideways. Nothing wrong with that. You know, get to 45, bounce back up to 46. You know, if it plays within that range, I'm happy with it. And I'll repeat this again. You know, there's only really 3 ways it can move. It can move up, it can move down, it can move sideways. And I'll take the sideways movement any time of the day. I'll definitely take the upward, but I'll be happy with the sideways. But I'm going to take a break, guys. I need to get a little bit of sun. I need to stretch my legs. I got to find that monkey that's been eating all the coffee. I got to follow it with a bag. Let's see. Shapeshift is, I won't say it just in case somebody's listening to this after the fact. They won't drop it below 194. Really? Yeah, you know, I mean, some of these exchanges and, you know, having their own price. Yeah, you got to be careful. Yeah, then, yeah, you're overpaying, to be honest with you. Yeah, because if you take that from, you know, Shapeshift and then transfer it to Polonius, it's like, well, you bought it at 194 and Polonius has it at 177. You know, you can't sell it at 177 or you're taking a hit. It's a good time to buy. Yeah, I need to analyze the chart a little better, and I wish GDAX had that chart. All right, 45.14. Let's take a look and see what we're looking at here. But she's got to maintain that $45 level. 44.02 is going to be $44 is going to be a good support, but in order to make me happy, maintain the 45. Just no dips below 44. If that's the case, you know, we'll see 42, maybe 41.50. Best gains on altcoin. I got to do the math. Oh, excuse me. Now, you know, one thing to look at is, are you talking about percentage gains or fiat gains? Because I like looking at percentage gains. But the percentage gains, like, you know, I made 100% on Bitcoin, but that was $100. But the amount, let's see, what did I buy? Let me do a little bit of math. All right, we are dipping below that 45. She just has to stay above the 44. It was probably when I bought 336 at 28. So that was 672. And that was in a matter of, I think, an hour and a half that I made that. And then what did I buy? But yeah, it was just basically, it was in and out. It wasn't anything crazy. But I'm going to take a break, guys. I'm going to mute this. I'm just hoping we don't have any connectivity issues when I get back. But if we do, but if you guys are looking at other altcoins, and, you know, definitely, yeah, shoot it in the comment section what they're doing, just so I kind of have an overall idea instead of loading up the chart and having this live stream go bad. I would love to hear about, you know, ZCASH, Dash, Monero, Bitcoin, Decreed. I would like to. What else? If you guys are looking at Pascal, let me know if it's getting pumped. Ethereum Classic, like, because that's on GDA. $4.28. It's still holding. It is holding. All right, but 5-10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes, but probably within 5. All right, hopefully I didn't miss much. Let me see these comments. Kyle says, Potcoin will be all-time greatest. Pot is the most popular subject on Google. Probably, yeah. Getting close to the magic number, 420. Like, I think you mentioned it, Kyle, where I don't know if I would buy it, to be honest with you, but you did say a while back, basically buy the hump, buy the news, or buy the hype, and then sell right after or right before 420. Just there's gonna be a lot of pumps, a lot of hype. Somebody that bought it really cheap, it's gonna be hyping it and hyping it. So that's a possibility of what's really going on with Potcoin. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but let me know. What I'm gonna say. Everybody. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. Because when I came back, my live feed was acting up. And it happens every time I get up and walk away, or I wasn't able to see what you guys are able to see. So thank you so much for letting me know. I appreciate that. I just got to change a couple things on this resolution. Yeah, but if the screen is blurry, definitely change the resolution to at least 720p. All right, price is still holding. I like it. Price movement any time to 54.99, and it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of when. Because if you guys are looking on this 15-minute chart, all the way on the left-hand side of the chart, I mean that's just sideways movement. Boom! All of a sudden, it just starts exploding from right at $7 range. It looks like $46 range. My cursor's working properly. Yeah, $46, $50 range. I mean, it just, and then had a nice bump up to late last night, early this morning. I'm sorry, up to about 12. So that could, so I like the sideways movement. That, but if you guys didn't talk about Kyle's post, Potcoin. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of hype right around this time of the year for it. Probably every year, this time of the year. Getting close to that magic number of 420. And somebody that bought in very low when there was not much news coming out, and they just accumulated, millions and millions of Potcoins. They're going to be hyping it up. And the more stuff that's on Google, that it's being hyped. Possibility, I could be wrong, but it can come crashing back down. All these shit coins, they can be pumped at the right time. If you get in at the right time, there's a lot of money to be made on it. Get in at the wrong time and have the trade go against you. Henridge, thank you so much for sharing that. I've never heard of Bit Media, but I did write that down, so that is a channel I will be subscribing to. I'm always looking for anything, any good news. I don't want to waste my time and follow somebody or watch a video. But yeah, since you say it's good, I will appreciate it. Under 45, Let's see, our $1,000 price down 45.60. I don't know if you guys saw that. Screen tired. He doesn't want to wait for that 740. But did he put in a large buy order? Because that's definitely one person. So if somebody's just joining now, this 1,000 Ether seller is one person. It is not multiple people. They're selling. He was trying to sell at 02, but then he came in, definitely him again, same person. There he is. He put in a buy order at 44 for 11.54 earlier, and he put it on, took it off. And if it's not all of it's going to go away, you know, when it goes away all at the same time, it's one person. So considering he's not having any faith in this, he lowered his sell to 45.60, and I cannot see his buy order now. It probably dipped to the bottom. Yeah, that person is shady. You guys got to definitely look out for that and watch it. He took it off, I think, 44.60. I think he had it at. And the only reason why he's doing it is he wants to get out at those ethers that he's trying to sell. So if somebody was to see that, they're going to try to get in before that big sell, but before that big buyer gets in, cause the price to go up, which would then help him get out of that one. It is. He fell for it. You know, I didn't see this at all the past couple of days that I've been doing this live stream, because I usually try to pay attention for that. But who was it? Dylan. I don't know if Dylan, if you're still on here. Let's see. Yes. Dylan was watching you so much. He's my moderator. Dylan, first subscriber when I set up the YouTube page, and that's why I made him moderator. But thank you for sharing that information, Dylan. It's definitely good to know that that person was doing the same exact thing. And I mean, I'm not 100% sure it's that same person, but I can only assume that it's him. But yeah, he probably got in. He probably got in 36, 37, spent $37,000 buying 1,000 ether at 47, which would give him $10 gain per $10,000. But I think he disappeared in the sense of buying. And I don't think he doesn't have any intentions on buying at all. He just wants to get out of the 1,000 ether that all right, back. Now he's changing it a little bit to try to throw us off. You know, he did come back. He was at 11.54 before. Now he's 8 at $45. So guys, pretty closely. And if it goes away, it's definitely him. It's one person. But if that 45 changes the 8, then it might not be him. I'm hoping it doesn't disappear or go away while I'm trying to look at the chat. So if I don't respond to your chat, I'm sorry. I think the audio is breaking out. Let me know, please. Good. He's good. He knows what he's doing. It is still holding. And to be honest with you, I hope it hits this 45.60 and he gets out of the way. So he's gone. But I think he priced down in this range where it's moving sideways. People are looking at there's a big seller, let me get out. Oh, there's a big buyer, let me get in. But they're getting in and out in between those price ranges that he's set in there. So he's the one holding Ethereum down. Without him on this, I think should definitely hit $50. I wish I knew who was going to be like, yeah, join the live chat, dude. I'm talking about you. What do you guys think about that? on my conspiracy. All right, let me try to get some of these. If you guys see something on this that I don't see because I'm looking at so many different things, let me know. Just say, hey, you know, I come in and disappear at a specific level, and then I'll pay attention to that level to see if they come back on there. Audio on my end seems like it's cutting out, so please let me know if Amanda B. Johnson dropped something today. Video. She did a Google Hangout video. See, you know, pause it and rewind it from 5 minutes and 3 seconds to about 5 minutes and 11. I thought it was hilarious. And I've watched a lot of her videos, and I've never seen her do that at all. Six. All right, he took it off. Okay, well, for 872 now. So that might not have been him. 45 was at 1568 Ether. Now it's down at 870. It might not have been him. Because I think, you know, that person has no intentions of buying. And 45 just got bought out. And unless his computer froze on him and he couldn't cancel it. So not might be, you know, when those buy orders, large buy orders get executed very quick, they get absorbed. You know, people that are holding Ether are unloading it, and they could cause a price drop. All right, 45, 41, 45, 60. Get that away. A lot of red flashes on the right-hand side under the trade history. And I'm not looking to see if it or market sell. Let's be. I'm just watching for a big buyer to come in at a certain level. But yeah, the 1,045.60 is holding this down, and he's been holding it down for a while. And he was actually up higher. He wanted to sell at 47.02, and now he changed it. But he's put in buy orders and then canceled them. I guess he knew he's not going to get the $10,000 gain, so he's probably going to be happy with the $8,000 gain. I mean, who wouldn't? I would be any time of the day. $8,000 in one day. But yeah, he's getting impatient, very impatient, and that's something to look at too. If you see orders are, you know, pretty high, you know, they want to sell a certain amount, and then they keep lowering their ordering, impatient. There's a lot of traders where it's like, man, I need to get out. I don't want to be in this anymore. And possibly doing a market sell order. Yeah, I mean, that's 1,000 Ether. When it's going to get executed, depending where the bid price is. And it would knock out a lot of the bid prices at all different price points. Kyle, just saw your message on that. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. Guncoin, I've never heard Gun. So they're basically talking to them. It's supposed to be a developer, but all you saw was all interesting. Get a link to that video. ECS Fusion, more theory craft like that. If you want to elaborate on that. Robot voice is back on. Patrick, I'm so sorry. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. I don't know what you guys missed. Definitely, it's cutting out. I can hear it. ECS, my age. I don't know if I saw the comment. What was your comment to the max headroom comment? That one, what your age is? Unless I kind of Ethereum billion market cap. Good news. Is that what it's? And Kyle, actually, I don't really like following briefly CoinCap. There's an app for it on and it kind of gives you the, but they only really follow, I think, out. But it brought a smile to my face when I saw ZCASH at 50 cents. So thank you so much for that donation. That's, you're definitely a good person. Your ZCASH. I think he might have said it in all right, we need to get some sort of movement. I mean, I think since I started the stream, 48.73 was a high, and after that, really vision between that 48.73 to a low of 44.02. Oh, was it? Let's see, 187 for Ethereum. And this is an average. Please don't quote me on this because it's just an average of 3 changes that CoinCap uses, and GDAX is definitely not one of them. Or Polonius. I don't think Polonius is one of them either. 22.21. Zcash has come up from that low of 84 yesterday, showing 96 on CoinCap. The CoinCap seems to be Ethereum. What I'm seeing, they have Ethereum at 44.60, 45.25. It was just at 45.17, so it's pretty accurate with that. Audio is definitely, I completely understand. And if you guys know where to be able to trade Digix DAO, that's something that's really been impressive. If $50 or under, 950. It was definitely a lot higher, prior to that. I can't remember how many days ago, but it's definitely come down. 13.98 now, $14. So the $10 $11 range might be a good investment. I don't think I would trade that. I think I would invest in it. I just don't know where I would be. I know it off DGD, Digix DAO. Burst coin. I'm not sure what it's at now. I know I've seen it. I mean, I saw it at 77, 80 before it took off to 15. Satoshis to 115 Satoshis. That's a pretty nice movement. And then came back down to touched or 69 after it came down from 115. And then it hovered at 75, 78, 80, and then saw it at 85. So it might be somewhere in the range of 80. I'm not sure. But once something, don't expect it to be pumped right away. Again, see something pumped, usually the cycle kind of repeats itself, but not right away. It might take a couple months. So don't think that, oh, it's just dropped heavily right now, because it'll move sideways for 2-3 months. It's just something you put on your radar. If you buy in, just buy in a little bit. But 45, however, coming back up. Our big buy, which is the same as a big seller, he's been there all day. All day he's been there. I got my. Let's see if he lowers it. I'm hoping he puts it up to 50. Switch the headphones, see if that makes a difference. Earlier when I did that, it worked for a little bit, and then I had to switch back to the other headset. Yeah, Patrick, you're right. I haven't looked at the ranking on Monero, but I saw it at 12, 15, crawled. It was like 17, 19. And I think I said it was that Monero was the next one that was going to be pumped. I mean, for it to go from 1250 to 2264, I mean, we're looking at 50% gains. That's pretty good. Can they pump it to the $50 level? It could happen. Anything's possible. Let's see, Monero, where are you? Did? Wow. Rep has moved down. What, the not, I think? Or I'm sorry, not Rep, Ripple. They really had no reason to be up there that high. They manipulated it. You know, they added more to the float. They added more coins to get the market cap to go back up. So they want it to be number 3. But yeah, that really has not made much of a move at all. Even though there was a story out, and I thought about buying Ripple, where Dubai, United Arab Emirate, was using Ripple technology for their banking. And I watched it very close, and I was like, wow, effect on it, like nothing. Kyle, ZCASH is looking 29, at least on CoinCap. You're right, Patrick. Dash has made a comeback. I guess when it hit 103, in my speculation, master nodes were selling and then buying back to claim their master node status. I mean, and if they bought at the 84, 85 level, they made some gains. If that drops, I mean, one thing is, don't trust it. There's a lot of these altcoins. I don't even trust BTC, to be honest with you. When they can be manipulated by Roger Ver. But if Dash does get to that $60 level, I'll be watching like a hawk to get in somewhere in the range of 50 to 60. But if it breaks those levels, it's better to see if 40 is going to be better. At 40, I would definitely buy going up to 60. But to buy Dash now at 95, yeah, definitely not my cup of tea. Let me know if you guys are having an issue with the audio, please. All right, our seller is still sitting there. He hasn't budged. He did budge before from 47.02 to 45.60. I mean, that's basically getting very impatient. And I can see him low order from 45.60 to maybe 44. I can definitely see that happening. But right now he's sitting tight. He's sat tight for a while. The spread is still very thin. Logan, welcome back and refreshed. Yeah, I went out for about 5 minutes. Had a really nice sunny day. But yeah, Logan, you missed it. Our big seller that was sitting, he was putting in buy orders for like 1,545, and then he took it off, and then he actually lowered his sell for the 1,000 ether from 4702 to 45.6. So I'm trying to watch to see if we see another large buy order, because he's looking to get out, and I think that's why ether probably he's been moving sideways. He's the one that's holding it down. That was sitting, he was putting. Depth chart is not bad, up to $45. Sellers are stepping in at 45, and buyers just want to step in above 44.50. That's a little more comfortable. The Apple audio doesn't get worse. But I was saying earlier, we got to get that seller out of the way. I mean, and he's been there all day, holding it down, manipulating it to try to go up. You know, if he was smart enough, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's already done this, and I just haven't really caught it yet. If he's broken up his buy orders to get it to move up. So I got to need like 200, 250, 300, 350, you know, something like in the even numbers. You know, if it's like 200.1567 or 300.93, I wouldn't think it's him. But if I see even numbers, then I'm going to assume it might be him, and he just got a little smart and broke up those buy orders to get the price to move up. And now execute it because he's looking to get out. He wants to get out at that 40, 46.70, 45.70. All right, we got some selling pressure. So she's got to hold 44. If she doesn't hold 44, we're going to get to 43. That's a resistance. But buyers are scared right now because of that 1,000. No, she did a live. I don't know if it was live, but it was done through Google, and it's not like her normal videos. It's just her, and she doesn't really bring up any charts or anything like that. You know, she just kind of talks about. And I think it was right when I went up to 100. Kyle, you know what I'm talking about. Kyle, if you can find it, because I don't want my computer messed up on a computer. But yeah, that just like 11 seconds, I was just like, wow. It was not herself at all. That was not her. She caught a bug or caught something. But it doesn't mess up this live feed. All right, 44. She's got to stay above the 44. All right, I think my computer or GDX is froze. No, it didn't. Okay, good. All right, she's coming down. A lot of red, a lot of selling. I mean, they're not big. In this, Kyle, I'm actually looking at now. I'm trying to get at what that is. That big monitor behind him. I don't think it's a some sort of analytical monitor, just monitoring data. I got to watch the video. I'll get a better idea. And that's the one above his head or behind his head. But the one to the right, you're right. Those two monitors, those are definitely can left. The one that I can see, yeah, that's definitely a candlestick chart. But that video later on and watch it. But if you guys are listening, so the video that I'm talking about is where it says celebrate $100 mark. Dash detail goes live, so it's a live video. That is the one. She broke 44. Got close to that $43 level. Let's take a look and see where they are. But yeah, people that are holding are impatient now. They don't want to hold this any longer. You know, they've basically probably been holding since 9 a.m. For a lot of traders, that's too long. Down. You know, I'm not going to sell to you. I'm not even going to sell, you know, if it dips down to 37. But I'll add more at 35. That, you know, took a little bit of a profit, and then it ripped. It's not going to go down to 20, that's for sure. But if she doesn't get to 55, you know, 60 again, I would be looking at putting order 637, anywhere in the range of 36 to 40 again, just in case we have a violent crash. She touching now 41. Yeah, so she ripped through that 43. She ripped through 42 easily to touch 41.80. That's pretty big. And that's on the, oh, I'm looking at the 15-minute candle. Man, I'm sorry. I need to look at 5 minutes. Oh yeah, I thought I was on the 5-minute candle. So as you can see, yeah, baby steps coming down, and then just long candles. Touch that 41.80. It's halfway on that candlestick now. It's coming. Let's see, 43.10 for 987. I don't know if that's the same person. And man, I've been keeping this down. If he was smart, he would just keep it off the book. Don't put it on the book and scare buyers. All right, let me look at the let's see if if she gets to 40.20 cents. If she breaks through 40.21, we're looking at somewhere in that range. And if she hits 38.70 that I put in at 35.15, she will definitely hit it. I mean, this is a steep drop. So I don't know if anybody answered my question if they got in above 40. And Logan, it wasn't what she said. I can't remember exactly. It was the way she at the 5-minute level. Like she had some sort of goosebumps. Wallet, and I just haven't had. I do use Jack's coin, but they accept they have everything else. All right, 41.15, the level that I talked about. $38.75 visible. $40.25. She will definitely 38.75. And 38.75, she'll bounce back up for a bit if she crashes. If she does break that, I'll be happy to get in for 33.7 and change at 35.15. And then that would kind of put my average right at 37 and 37, probably 108 at that level. I'm buying 133. So my average would probably be $37 if it gets to that 35.15 and it executes my buy order. So you got in right at the consolidation, 47.62. Yeah, dude, remain patient. You have the ability, if it gets to that 35 level, I mean, add a little bit more, lower your cost average. So let's just say you add exactly what you bought at 47.62. You buy it at 35.50. Your average would be, and off the top of my head, So then if it rips back to 47, you're up $6 per coin. Some people would have probably said, just I was hoping for that rip. So 40, definitely a lot of selling pressure. The right chart is correct. It's pretty flat lined. Very flat line. And nobody's going to be hitting that market order. Nobody's is hitting that market buy order at all. Let me look at the 15-minute chart. Monero's coming back down to 20. 44. It's coming back up to 48.79. Danny, welcome, buddy. Welcome. Patrick, did it ever go past 47? At what point? Because I mean, it hit the. I'm sure. I mean, you know, it hit the 50. You mean at the point of consolidation right up here? Let's see. 47.30. One time after that, it hit 47, and then it stayed above. It stayed below it. Got close to 47. You know, we get to 46.91, 46.80. But as of, let's see what time. So between 10:45 and 10:47, and then it never above that 47 price point. But it didn't make it back up. So here we go. It definitely bottomed out, and that's going to be a good new. I want to make sure this is not a fake out. 40. Or was it a touch? And I didn't take a look and see if they were market buys that were executed to get it to come right back up to 43. So whoever bought it at 40.40, you know, that's a nice problem. And when it rips, it's gonna rip. It should rip right back to 47. And to be honest with you, you know, I might consider getting out. A lot of buyer chart is not working, so it's not telling me. But if you're looking at the trade history, that's nothing but green. 43.75 to Logan, up to your entry price of 47.62. Let's see what this high was right here. A little under 43.99. So from $40 to $44. Pretty nice gains. Because I had the order for 35.15. Yeah, Patch past 47. Make it to you. Let me know if it didn't, and I'll repeat what I said. Danny, did I buy any BTC last night? No, but I had like 5 different orders in at different price points when it was crashing, just in case GDAX went down. I had a 1100 for 1.5 ETH. I think it was another 1.5 at 9 or at 1,000, and then 2 at 900, 4, if I'm correct. I could be a little bit off. I'd have to watch the video. It's definitely on the video. But I ended up, and then I had a lowball offer of 576 for like, I think 2.5, and I canceled that one. And then before I went to bed, I canceled the 1100, been executed, 88. And then I left 100 and 800 on there. And then this morning, I canceled them because I wanted to play Ethereum. From last night that I put in for my trade did exit morning at 3:30 in the morning when we had that violent drop to 35.50 on the dot, and I had an order for $40.01. Then for $30, but that was a violent swing, and I briefly covered it and earlier on the stream. What's the time in the U.S.? It is right now 1:30 p.m. on Friday, March. Check, man. Thank you for joining. I seriously appreciate it. I don't know if I trust, but we'll see. Yeah, a lot of manipulation, especially with that, trader sitting at one. I mean, I can't see that far up now there, or if he decided to change it, or if he decided to break them up. The one keeping everything down today. He definitely kept it down, especially with him putting in, over 1,500 Ether buy orders and then taking them off. My speculation in the beginning was that it wasn't one person until it all went away. And when it all goes away at the same time, and then it came back at a different price point all at once, it's this thing down. Or unless he wanted to buy more at a lower price. That's also a possibility. We're behind this. So, but yeah, without him in that, we could have run a 50. Ethereum an order in through Poloniex. I'm actually going to spend one BTC on it. I put it through at 1,401 Satoshis. When I put that order in, we were at about a little over 170,000 Satoshis. And then when I looked at it this morning, we got down to 150,000, maybe, somewhere in that range of 150,000 Satoshis. So it didn't hit my 140,000 Satoshis, but that's going to be a long-term hold. So if I can get in at 140,000 Satoshis, that's about 725 Ethereum Classic. When the pump happens, it's going to happen. They can definitely figure out. I mean, those are huge, significant gains. I would be looking at almost $72,000 if it gets to 10. So there's definitely something happening with something good. And Kyle knows it too. But don't buy it based on what I said. All right. So at 40 and 14 just popped up, but not all at once. So it's definitely not one. It's not one person. I didn't look, and then all of a sudden somebody added onto it. So I can't determine if that's going to be one person putting in at that price. I hope it's not, because then that would be good support. But that's not a person that's going to take that off, to be honest with you, because it's very clear 49 and they're buying at 42. That's excellent support. Absorbed all at once, because then buyers are looking to get, I'm hoping it kind of sits there and it's absorbed. Ethereum 160,000, Satoshi 1,900. We'll see if I can get my executed. But yeah, I think it's the first time that I saw it above 2. I think it was like 205. I got to, and I was like, whoa, what is going on? And Kyle was the one that informed me of it when it hit like a 195, and then it came down to 185. Thanks, Kyle. I probably wouldn't have looked at it. I probably wouldn't have bought it at 1240 just to be able to transfer it to Poloniex. Like it'll get to like 140,000 and 100 Satoshis. When you put an order in the books, you know, execution is first come, first serve. So first in, first out. Top of, you know, all those orders, you know, some of them will get executed, some of them more likely yours will not get executed. I didn't really take a look and see how many other orders were, you know, underneath me. To see if I got absorbed. Oh man. Oh, that was at what, 42 flat? Let me see if I can scroll on the order to see how many were executed at possibly 42. All right, so 890 at 42 again. Let's see if he's still there. 819 at 42. 776 at 40. 769. It's not getting absorbed very quickly. Good sign. Oh, 674 wants to sell at 4201. Man, this could go either way. $42 level. Well, one is the same guy that had the 1,000 sitting there. Oh, excuse me. $932 at 42, and that's the bid price for the buyers. Only 112 on the ask. That's good. That is good. I like that. It did not bring it down. It just brought it up a little bit. 42.54 price point now. Let's get more buyers. Anything over 100 that people are buying at this moment is good. At $42 level for 847 Ether. Yep, they're adding on to it. 500 ETH, a little over 500 Ether coming up to be sold at 42.87. That's where we're sitting. So that those ethers at $42 are dropping down further and further as more people are putting in their order. But the spread is 16 cents. I need that spread to be very thin, even though some people might think 17 cents is thinny. I want to see it bigger. Man, I wish I could see where that 1,000 ether seller is. Unless he broke up his ether and selling them at different price points. Said that price point was that he was just sitting at. Yeah, please let me know in the chat, just so I can kind of try to keep an eye for it. To see if he's, who shows up at that price point, because he was at 47.20 or 47.01 or 02, and then he lowered it. I couldn't remember if it was 46.60. No. So a lot of support at the $40 level, which when it touched for 40.40, there are people supporting it. Come on, break above 43. Break the 43. Our spread is getting very buyer 40 at 42 executed pretty soon. Unless other buy above that 42 price point. See, I'm going to see buyers come in and put it in above that price. And definitely, this is a more exciting day than the other day when I was in it with 150 ether, and it was just teeter-tottering between 28 and trying to break 30. Let me know if the audio is cutting out. But based on what I'm hearing, audio at 40%. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm actually in the process of eating a sandwich right now, so don't be alarmed if you. But I do have the headphone away, so you guys aren't listening to that continuously. I don't want there to be like. Yeah, happy St. Patty's Day, by the way. Today's all right, 42 price point. Definitely, people are adding on. 9.7. We do have a lot of sellers stacking up between 43, 334, and 5. 42, 42, 45 is the ask. They're bidding a spread of $1. That would make more people. That would make more people come in. I think. I think All right, let's see if she breaks 43. Moved to a price point that they were looking to buy. They probably moved it up if they wanted to really get in. So I don't know if you guys remember where that $1,000 or 1,000 when he changed his sell order, where he was sitting. I think it was 45.60 maybe numbers. The two candlesticks that we're looking at on the bad, but they're not opening up at the closing price of the previous candles is red right now. But if we look at the previous candle, it did not open up above price or above closing price. Danny, I didn't know you were from London. Nice. You and Logan from the UK, not necessarily London. Or am I wrong, Logan? Are you from London? Video, but it should be up soon. Outside of London. Nice. Would love to visit one day. If I do, have to meet up and grab a beer. That's on me. All right, my GDAX chart is lagging a little bit. Working properly. We had a good amount of time, very minimal issues. Sure, guys, I know it's not working, but we do have a seller at 262 Ether cents, and that's a current price point. Yeah, I got everything freezing up, so I can't even give you a play-by-play on what I'm seeing. All right, we got a big seller at 43. Well, definitely, it's not one person. I definitely pick that out if it was. But 1,166 Ether, 0.409796. We got a big guy or a bunch of people sitting there. Above $42, can't see the chart, but above $42 is actually looking very good. A lot of buyers are stacking up. $42 level, 42.22 level. So for the next $43 range, yeah, Danny, we'll definitely have to London, man. You know, you, Logan, and I will have to definitely meet up. Sorry about the screen share. It doesn't seem to. But at least somehow it seems to be okay. Time. Currently sitting at 42.70, so we're still above the 42, but below that 43. So the seller at 43, or the sellers at 43, are going to keep it down. And, you know, unless it gets bought out very quickly. If it gets absorbed, all right, he appeared. Let's see. Oh, come on, trade history. Show me, show me. Yeah. He, she. I'm thinking it's one person now. A couple people because the majority of it disappeared. 200. 6 43 even. There's a long